We are live here. Welcome. What's today, Monday?
It is Monday. Monday the 6th.
Monday the 6th. Welcome. God, we're already... I remember the New Year stream. It seemed like just a few weeks ago.
I mean,
and we're already halfway through the year.
Technically, if you count 20 as a few, it is a few weeks ago. Or I guess not 20, it'd be 16.
Is it only 16?
I think that has to be several.
Because
7.
there's roughly 4 weeks in a month, and it's been about 4 months. It's the 6th of, so I guess 17 weeks maybe.
It's a few months, it's several weeks, whatever you're gonna say, you know.
Lib had some breaking, exciting news that he was about to tell us all.
Yeah. Okay. So, basically, what happened is on Friday, Sony released this. I'm going to link their Steam announcement. So basically, the backstory is Helldivers 2.
It's a video game.
Yes, and it was expected to be like a middling release, you know, anywhere from like 10 to 20,000 players. And they got several 100,000 players instead. So it was like a huge, like they've sold nearly 1 million copies. It's huge, right? It's a very, very big game. Especially compared to what they were expecting. Was created by a company called Arrowhead, published by Sony. Now, being a Sony game, Sony wanted to require a PlayStation Network account to, you know, utilize their online services, because Helldivers is a online co-op game. However, due to just some like technical issues on day one, Arrowhead, the developer, had to disable the requirement for PlayStation Network connection to play the game because it was messing with the servers. It was complicated tech mumbo jumbo. Okay.
Yeah, we have to make this interesting for the viewers.
Yeah. The point is that they required a PlayStation Network account initially, but then they dropped that requirement. However, 3 months later, Sony, without consulting the developer or anything, posted on Steam, because they control, like, as the publisher, they control the Steam account, that they would be then continuing to require the PlayStation Network account going forward. This caused a bit of an issue, because Helldivers 2 was sold in countries where you are legally not able to get a PlayStation Network account. So basically, Sony had, if they continued to go forward with their PlayStation Network requirement, would have been in violation of a number of consumer protection laws in a number of countries, including the EU. Like, the EU would have been very not okay with Sony selling a game.
So Sony said you don't have to have an account anymore. Anybody can play it.
Yes. After
news.
Basically after 4, well, but they didn't need to. Like, okay, so let me put it to you this way. They're a corporation.
Anthony, I was until just now.
What?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
He's just being Jeff. Don't worry.
So
I thought it was going to be something meaty and newsworthy and exciting.
A bunch of people were able to force a corporation to do what they wanted and not what the corporation wanted. I think that's pretty interesting.
Being this game, what is it? Who's the group of people?
Helldivers 2 is
the game. The company itself was able to.
No, actually, so it's there's probably a number of factors. However, the community, after the news broke, basically sort of all rallied together. There was a whole like thing, which is we either we dive together or we don't dive. Okay. But
so it's like striking one against the evil corporation thing, and everybody's excited.
Sony to what Liv's saying. Sony has been massive dicks about this kind of thing. They wouldn't even let cross-play on games like Fortnite and stuff for a long time. So
And
that
in
were like-
addition, the part of the reason why the debacle happened in the first place is because PlayStation Network isn't available in a number of countries. Mostly because Sony like looks at them as like
Third
not
world brown people.
well, no. I don't
Oh.
think it's a racist thing. It's absolutely, they're a corporation. It's a profit thing. It's 100% a
Oh.
profit. However, they are absolutely willing to, in those countries, sell like their PlayStations and their other goods. They just are like, oh, but it's not worth it to like actually follow the regulations to have our online network. Yeah, Chuck, Sony retracted their stance. That's the news.
This
Like,
is the big news. He came on before we went on stream, and he said, "I'm here because I have a topic that just broke."
yeah,
it makes me happy. I was actually gonna say, if
All
you're
right,
playing,
well,
are you playing a lot of
it's
Helldivers
2 against
too?
1. The nerds
I mean,
win.
I am now. I wasn't for a while. I participated
I'll go
in.
work on my logic puzzle.
I participated in the.
I don't have much to say. I'm just gonna tell Liv just send me your PSN network ID, or like however you do the friend thing. We can play together because I have it.
I don't have a PSN, but I can.
It's
on
crossplay.
Yeah, it's got crossplay. If you have Helldivers too, I'll send you my Steam stuff because that's or Steam stuff, or maybe you'd have to do like on Helldivers to do the friend code.
It's probably on Helldivers too. Yeah, it's probably on Helldivers too. Whatever it is, like let me know, like, and I'll play with you and we'll stream it some because like I only play a little bit, but it seems like a kind of game that'll be a lot more fun if I was actually playing with friends.
It is super fun. It is like really fun. Chuck, so we're discussing people forcing Sony to retract their position by collective action.
Like the little people came together and got the big corporation.
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, I didn't think this was going to happen.
They use capitalism against them.
I mean, not even using capitalism. It was literally just on Steam, a number basically. Helldivers 2 went from one of the most had overwhelmingly positive reviews to within 48 hours it had overwhelmingly negative reviews, over 200,000 negative reviews.
Yeah, I think that's capitalism. That's like that's the market speaking.
That's not the market. No, I mean now what
How
was
is that
the market?
not the market?
Because they didn't want to lose face. Because they had.
I'm talking about the people responding negatively. That
has nothing because that's not the money. Now, what it does have to do with the market is the fact that a number of people were refunding the game on Steam, and Steam was issuing shitloads of refunds, and that Sony probably very much noticed.
Because Sony has to cover those refunds.
Yes. Well, Sony has to cover a portion of the refunds. So basically how refunds on Steam works is Steam keeps whatever cut they get, but then when someone refunds a game, they bill Sony.
Right. Yeah.
They like completely bill Sony for the entire cost of it. So, Sony, I'm guessing due to all the negative attention and the number of large refunds, capitulated, which wasn't something that I was expecting. I mean, and I don't think you would have either. I think if I had talked to you about this situation a couple days ago,
I would think they would do whatever's smart in this moment. If it's smart for them to capitulate, I think they would do that.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it depends on what do you mean by smart, because like they totally could have
whatever metric they're using. They have a whole team of lawyers that probably think through this stuff, whatever is bottom line or 10-year projection, whatever metric they're using. But I imagine that they're thinking through this in an intelligent, strategic way. I don't think they're all sitting in a boardroom twirling their mustache.
And that's not
no. I don't
think entirely true. Sony has made many decisions in the last 10 years that were actually lost them money strictly so that they could, for example, with the way they interfered with Activision Microsoft's merger deal that they did, they really shot themselves in the foot about 1,000 times, completely unnecessarily. They lost themselves a lot of money and a lot of ground because the fact that they just kept the CEO of Sony was basically just being like a dick.
I'm speaking to their intent, not the outcome. Maybe they make bad decisions. They have a bad team, but I'm talking about their intention. I'm sure their intention is to do the smart thing in this situation to minimize the impact and get themselves out of it, and that they have people decide. I'm not saying they're going to make that right decision and it'd be the smart thing, but I'm talking about on their end of it. I don't think their motives are anything more than how, like, what's our move? What's the most tactical way out of this?
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't disagree.
Okay, that was my point. Like, that was what I was saying. Even Chuck is saying it. I don't know why we get. I guess it's
the only thing that like a little bit makes me question that is the fact that they were initially selling the game in countries that did not have access to the PSN. And they knew that they wanted to have PSN access be required for the game. So, like, why would they then sell the game to people who they knew would later on not be able to play it?
Because they could, until someone told them not to.
Well, can they? Because, like, I mean, they very technically they can, but like,
well, they did.
Yeah, they did.
Well, someone told them to stop, so now they're gonna stop.
No. They did because PSN.
Are you saying required. Why didn't they see, or surely they must have known that at some point somebody was gonna notice they were doing this and raise a big stink about it? That I don't know why they did it anyway.
Yeah. Well, because they wanted the PlayStation Network to be required to play the game in the first place. However, in a lot of those countries where they were selling the game and not and PSN wasn't like a thing, in many of those countries, and in the EU, for example, consumer protection laws say that you can't sell somebody something and then later change the terms of what you sold them.
Well, did you ask them or go on a message board and ask why Sony was going to do this?
No.
It seems like that information would be easy to find, because other people are probably asking the same question. And
everyone's asking that question, but Sony's
what I think happened. This is what I think happened. I think they released a game. It was such a humongous hit that a bean counter said, "Hey, we need to tie this to our platform in order to ensure we get all the credit," and it backfired. The cat was already out of the bag. They were getting so many negative feedback.
They already were requiring PSN. Like 6 months before the game released, they had been in talks with the developer about requiring the PlayStation Network account to play the game. Just when the game released, they couldn't do it. There were technical issues, so they dropped that requirement. But then later on, they decided, oh, well, now we're going to make this the requirement, which probably goes against a number of consumer.
And if it had been a dud game, it wouldn't have made no difference.
Yeah,
Lib, why don't you go work for Sony and be one of their team? Because you seem to be like catching more things than their own lawyers and know more about it than the people that they actually.
It's not really that easy, Jeff. If any of us could just say like, well, I'll just go work for Sony.
He makes it look very easy. He's doing it from his
also for what it's worth. I did before this debacle. I had no idea that the number of countries that you couldn't get a PlayStation Network account in was high. It's like something like 70 countries you can't get a PlayStation Network account in.
I mean,
out of 200.
That argument, Jeff, is a little bit like saying like, well, why don't you just go be president then? It's not like you can just decide to go be president. You know, I mean, it's not like.
What argument are you talking about?
Your argument where you're saying just
go work for Sony.
Huh?
You're saying just go work for Sony. It's not that simple. You can't just go work for Sony.
I'm telling Lib to go work for Sony because he appears to have a superior skill set than even the people at Sony.
Yes,
no, I have.
I think maybe you missed my point. I think you missed my point. But my other point is this.
And you missed my point because
can I speak, please? Can I speak? This is truly the most boring topic in the world to me. It is not what I woke up prepared to talk about on the stream. I'm okay if you and Chris want to co-host, but I think I'm going to step away from the stream today. This is just not my jam at all. It doesn't interest me. I'm not.
I mean, that's it. We don't have anything else to talk about.
None of you know shit about corporate law. I think my points keep getting lost. There's no reason for me to be in this conversation. So if we're going to have it, I would like y'all to just take it today.
I think that was pretty much it. I don't think there's so much more to talk about. It was just, I mean, it's cool news for someone who's into the game. Yeah. But I mean, it's fine.
Like, it's Mental Health Month. I'm trying to prioritize mental health conversations. I'm shopping the group around to different mental health groups. I'm trying to keep the channel targeted at least for the month of May, partly because I do that every year and partly as an experiment to see what our potential for doing something like more targeted content is.
May is Mental Health Month?
Yeah, mental health awareness.
Oh, I had the wrong month then.
Oh, what were you doing?
I thought it was in a different. I thought it was in the fall.
Oh,
ugh. Terrible me.
I mean, for me, it's every month, but this is an opportunity.
Oh yeah,
like, it's on the attention of so many other people where it might not always.
Hell, for me, it's every day.
It's not specifically lib.
It's
just I've seen enough of these conversations to know where they're going to go if I don't come in and put some kind of like something.
Well, and it's over. They made the reverse decision. That's the end of it.
Yeah, I didn't say anything other than that. Jeff's the one who's sort of overreacting, I think.
Oh no! Don't try to put. Oh no! I went through this in machine last night. I'm not doing it today. I was just doing this innocent little thing, and Jeff is having an overreaction.
I mean, people can watch and come to their own conclusions.
Yeah, I agree. People can watch how innocent of a little thing you were doing and what proportion my reaction was in.
Yeah, they can. You're right.
Yes.
Thank you for
it was
confident in my humor.
Into a lopsided.
He was. It was about there was an anti-capitalism subtext. I'm pretty confident in asserting that.
Oh, I didn't say anything about that. You just implied it.
I feel like it's a pro-capitalism story. I feel like it's an example of the
voting
of the consumer market overcoming the wishes of the corporation.
I wish we could get this much help in the mental health community as the PlayStation community.
Yeah.
Is there a way to like intersect gaming and mental health and mobilize the gamers on some kind of mental health project?
I mean, the thing that
we
I think
at least maybe get 200 subscribers from that community
is just have like a another case study, right? Because there are a number of case studies of this happening in games, of like the game communities basically banding together to sort of force bad decisions from developers or publishers to sort of step back. And I think this is like a good case. These are good case studies for like just broader mass movements in the future, using the internet to help coalesce and organize mass movements. This is a good positive example of this.
Let's pick something and try it. Let's see what our potential is, and pick like a little small issue and try to mobilize something.
Mental health's the hardest battle I ever fought.
What's your biggest challenge? Like, what's the hardest part of it? What's the big barriers?
When my daughter first was diagnosed with mental issues, trying to get any resources, any help.
Oh my God!
Anything.
Know what you're talking about.
I don't know how many.
I know, Chuck.
Let me think for a minute. Let's see. She was born in 85, 10, 95 plus 6. 2001 is when I got really involved.
And it varies by state and region too. Was this in Missouri?
Yeah, I was right outside of St. Louis, but I was having to go to St. Louis for help, but resources were extremely limited.
Yeah, mental health resources, especially at like a state level, are always really, really limited.
And not even limited. I think they're poorly allocated.
Yes.
But even more than that, I just don't think the staff is that, like the workforce is there, the skill set, the competency needed. Like they're understaffed, and not because there's not people that won't do the jobs. There's just not enough people that know how to do them well.
Well, hell, they almost put me in one time when I took my daughter over there, because they took me in a room to ask me questions, and I lost it. I broke down because I was at wit's end.
Yep, I've been there, man.
You know,
I mean, like maybe Chuck, you and me, we have very, very similar stories.
Yeah. What did they tell you, Chuck?
They told me if I didn't pull myself together, they might be checking me in. And I'm like,
okay, if I was with
you, I'd be horribly inappropriate. Yeah, that's.
I would be, but I would definitely like file some kind of complaint if somebody ever said something like that to me at one of those places.
I told them, I said, it's the fact that I'm completely helpless. There's nothing within my control I can do. I'm coming to you people for help, and you're giving me the deer in the headlight look.
Yeah.
They don't.
No suggestions, no options, no nothing.
Yeah.
I said, I can't live like this.
I've been in the system. Like, I've worked in the most people in it don't know what they're doing. They're hiring very unskilled or inexperienced or poorly skilled.
It's like
labor.
working an assembly line. Yeah.
Echo. Somebody's echoing. Hey, Moose, what's up?
Yeah, and
no bad
and like,
day.
I mean, like, for example, whenever Lindsay, the first hospital Lindsay got put into, after she had one of her and the first time she was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and they put her into one of those hospital places, they wouldn't let me see her because they said it was COVID restrictions, so I couldn't see anyone. I went up there every day. I took like whatever like she asked me for like, for like crayons and stuff like that she could like, she could draw a color with and stuff like that. And they weren't giving her any medication. It was helping with her psychosis at all. They were giving her tranquilizers, and then she was in a room with a girl who was like even worse than her and that wouldn't shut up, and so she couldn't even sleep. And I went up there every day for 2 weeks, and the closest I got to talking to her, except when she called me, was I got to, on the intercom, in the lobby intercom, I talked to a nurse, and the nurse, and I was like, I was trying to find out, like, how is she doing? Like, what's going on? Like, what can you tell me? And she was like, well, she just won't stop crying. That's the main reason that we're keeping her here, is because she just won't stop crying. And I'm just like, she's crying because she doesn't understand like why she's there. She's not getting any help. Like, I mean, dear God, of course she's crying. She doesn't even understand why she doesn't understand where she is or why she's there. Like, I was like, what medications are you giving her? They're like, well, she's on a mild sedative and she's on this and that. And like, I was like, is she taking anything for schizophrenia? And she's like, well, no, we can't do that here. And I was like, what? Why? How can you not do that?
What did she say when they said why she was crying? What did they say?
What did they say?
Yeah, in response.
They said they're trying to get her to stop crying. That was their main goal, was to get her to stop crying. And
I know, and then you explain why she's crying. And what did they say after that?
They said, well, I don't know what to tell you. I can't.
That sounds like a medical nurse. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have escalated. Like, if you don't get what you're looking for from the first person, just go somewhere else. Like, this is good for anybody. The first person you talk to is never the final person. There's always somebody else you can go to if you're not getting what you need from that person.
Yeah, they told me the doctor wasn't there. The doctor was only there the doctor was literally only there during hours that you weren't allowed to come into the building. So I couldn't actually speak to the doctor.
Okay, well, I have years of experience helping people find those other options.
I know you do, Jeff. I'm not doubting you at all. I'm just saying, like I didn't know what I was doing either. I didn't know who I was.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people that don't know what they're doing might not know all the options. So it might seem like they're only restricted to this person in front of me, or the doctor only comes in these hours. But that is simply not true. I want people to know they have options. They may not be obvious. The people you're interacting with now may not be telling you about them, but they are out there.
Well, I completely.
So my whole point is people are not as powerless as they might think when they're in these situations. I'm all about consumer empowerment.
You told me about that in like the very first podcast we were together. Whenever you did like the interview with me, and I talked about all that stuff. You told me about that stuff then, and I was like, and I was just like, I really did wish I'd known then, and I still I wish I'd known then. I didn't know. They kept treating her like she was. They put her in with the first day she was in there. she got attacked by some drug crazed this girl who just like was just sitting next to her and was like didn't like the look of her face and like bashed her face into like a table like 3 times. And so like they put Lindsay in with like the elderly people into like the elderly population there to keep her separate.
Probably good thing.
Probably a good thing, yeah. But still, I mean, at the same time, it's like that's how. But they still didn't stop treating her like she was a drug addict, despite the fact that she didn't test positive for drugs.
She got poor care. Like that place didn't know what they were doing. And she got poor care, and that was my point about the system. Is that it's very much manage your expectations if you're going to use it. But even the system itself, if you're having mental health crisis, that is not your only option either. There's natural supports outside of the system, community, friends, other types of support networks. So don't even think that is your only solution. Is if the system's not working for you, there are other ways to find solutions.
I agree completely. I wasn't arguing with you, any Jeff. I was just saying, like, yeah, at the time I didn't know any of that, and I was blind to a lot of it because I didn't understand the situation. I didn't know what was possible, and I was blindsided by the whole schizophrenia thing in the first place. The whole thing seemed like it just seemed like surreal to me at the time. There's another. I contacted several channels yesterday. I haven't heard back from any, but there's another one that I'm going to contact today that actually helped me a lot whenever Lindsay was going through schizophrenia. It's a woman who has schizophrenia who has a channel called Living Well with Schizophrenia. I'm going to see if she might come on and talk to them about it because she has some really interesting stories in her channel. She's gone through a lot, and I don't think her channel is very big, so maybe I'll see if she might come on and
Dolbez, what's up?
I'm just listening. Yeah.
Any how is the mental health situation in Norway?
Well, that is a very, very complicated question. You could say, well, it goes down party lines, honestly. Well, only in the young generation. The old generation is pretty much mentally healthy. I don't think there's that many issues with maybe above like 30 group. They are usually have it pretty good. But with the younglings, me included, the issues mostly go down party lines, honestly, or political lines. The left usually seems to struggle a lot with, well, everything, and the right seems to struggle with this lack of meaning, which seems to be pretty universal, so not really Norwegian specific. So yeah, I don't think there's anything specifically in Norway that's
unique.
Struggling.
Are the parties there as gendered as they seem to be coming here? The left more female or feminized, and the right more masculinized.
I think we should be wary of such anthropomorphization.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking about like polls they're putting out that actually show younger
I understand
men
what you're asking, and I think,
and that there's higher rates of mental health in like upper class liberal women, etc. So I'm talking about the actual graphs that come out.
I think you could do a legitimate argument that the sides are, as you said, that one is maybe too masculine, the other too feminine, or at least it's divided on that line. Yeah. Not completely, but somewhat, yes, but not to the extent of America.
Yeah,
America is
even America. Like the dividing line it's like significant, but it's not like overwhelming. If that makes any sense. It's not
do you see one that's more significant? Like, are there other dividing lines that you notice?
Between like the left and the right, or between Democrats and Republicans?
Well,
because I think you're talking about.
If well, let's talk about that then, because in my mind they're roughly the same. Like most people, I think would associate Democrats with left and Republicans with right.
I don't think that that's as much the case anymore, especially with younger people. Well, actually, particularly with
what are how are the younger people seeing it?
Both the Democrats and Republicans are both like, if not right wing, both supporting
They're
right
both
wing
the establishment.
ideologies.
Oh,
They're
really?
both the
The Democrats
establishment.
too? Okay, so all right.
Yeah,
So then the
they
left.
are. They objectively are. Like, that's a pretty
Well, and
leftist
what you're
position.
calling the left are the people that are not the Democrats doing that. They're kind of outside of that, noticing it and opposing it as well. But their values are from the left still.
Yes.
And then is there a right version of that that's not liking what they see in the establishment Republicans and are forming a right?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Actually, I would argue that there are probably there are multiples of sort of like fragmentary groups on the left and the right.
Pew did the poll. There's like 9 different actual political.
No. I know, and I think the big thing is that what I'm talking about is like I'm talking about like ideological differences, not differences that necessarily people would point out about themselves, right? So like for instance, somebody who is like a right wing like free speech warrior, like an actual free speech warrior, right? Like someone who like genuinely believes in like free speech. Yeah. No, unironically, probably wouldn't distinguish themselves that much from like your average sort of conservative or your average Republican, I guess. Even though
or my average Democrat that supported free speech.
Yeah, or your average
which
Democrat.
They all used to do.
Sure, but
left,
like
the left came along.
My point. Well, okay, let's not pretend this is just a left thing.
Well, hang on. You just laid out. I was very careful to understand the framework that you just laid out.
Yeah.
So if I got something wrong, tell me. But you said that's the people outside of the Democrats, but consider them still on the left. So I said it's not. You have me like you have free speech tied to Republicans somehow, and I said also Democrats who support free speech, which they all almost used to do until this new thing called the left, which you just defined for us, came along.
Well, okay, so I guess maybe I think I may have been misunderstood or misspoke or something.
Well, let's just get back on track somehow, however it happened.
Okay.
So the left and the right, the Democrats, Republican. You said somebody that's a free speech warrior would not distinguish themselves too much from conservatives.
Yeah, they might not personally distinguish
anyone that supported free speech. I don't even tie it. I don't see free speech as a part of an issue until very recently.
I know. What I'm saying though is that like somebody on the right who might be like a big part of their ideology is the freedom of speech, right? Like that's a big part of their ideology. They might identify.
I'm confused. You have me confused because it's a big part of mine too, and I'm not on the right. But I don't even think of it as an ideology.
Sure, you don't have to be on the right. What I'm saying is that I was using that as an example, like as in there are groups on both the left and the right, on the like I guess the farther outside the Democrats and the Republicans on the left and the right, but it's not just one monolithic group outside the Democrats and the Republicans. It's actually a bunch of fragmented groups. And some of those groups might even still ideologically identify with the Republicans or the Democrats, even if, like, actually ideologically they are opposed.
Well, so
explain that. Explain that.
So, like, for instance, me, I will call myself a Democrat and I will vote Democrat, even though, like, I'm a fucking anarcho-communist. Like,
but you don't really have a lot positive to say about them either. Like, you mostly agree with us on our criticisms of those.
Because it's sensible.
Of those
you definitely agree with us about the tankies. Like, we're both very. We think tankies are extreme.
I think tankies are like communists in the same way that I think the Democratic Republic of North Korea is a democratic republic. Like, they can call themselves that, but in my experience, most
they're not real communists.
Well, most tankies are like reactionary. Like, that's their big thing. They like the
reactionary to me too.
Well, no, I mean reactionary as in like the historical use of the word, as in like a right wing anti anti-left, anti-progressive.
Why do people associate it with the left?
Well, because they call themselves communists, because they like the memes, they like the Stalin memes, they like the Gulag memes,
The
they
right
like
doesn't
the aesthetic. Well, no, sure they don't, but like they
Are they kind of just on their own little island?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. Though admittedly they do dupe people on the left and sometimes even people who are liberals to sort of like accept them in, but like broadly speaking, like they're not actually.
You would not be one, like you and your group would not be one of those people. Like, you know, if to avoid you would not let them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's not let them. It's like if somebody wants to like organize with me and like, as long as they're not like shouting fucking, you know, praise Stalin all the time, like I'll organize with people, or something. But like, it depends on like what you mean, like how their interaction with me goes, right? Like again, I've also organized with people who are conservatives. When I lived in Memphis, like there were conservatives who would organize with us.
Sorry, go on. Don't let the trolls distract me. I'll try to model that.
Yeah, my point going back though was that like there are these like groups, and even on the right you get this, because like, you know, you have like on your outside the Republicans, you have like, it ranges again from like people who are like just like pro free speech to like literal neo-Nazis, right? Whereas on the left,
there are pro free speechers on the left, right? You know that,
and
right?
I was actually about to say, and then on the left, you also have it where you go from like, oh, we have these like hippy dippy like free love kind of people, all the way to like fucking Stalin defending tankies, right? It's a wide group outside of sort of the narrow view of like Democrat and Republican. While those are like a mold that everyone in the country is sort of like forced into ideologically, I think most people aren't all that like ideologically committed to the Democrats or the Republicans. I think they're ideologically committed to different things. And the Democrats and the Republicans are just the only vehicles for political action in this country.
They always have been. That's why I wish some like really intelligent people with an inspiring vision would come in and repurpose one party or the other for something that I could get excited about the future.
Well, the problem is you can't do that because like the parties aren't like.
Well, I watched the Democrat Party. I watched it happen to the Democratic Party go from classical liberalism to progressive wokeism. It happens all the time. Just look at the parties.
But like that wasn't like one individual. That was because that was the direction that the Democratic Party, the TM, the corporation, whatever, wanted to go.
I'm just saying that each generation uses the parties for its own purposes, whatever's going on at that time. They're not stable entities,
except younger people who do seem to be by and large abandoning and this isn't just a right or left thing. The conservatives also, young conservatives also don't really like the Republican Party either.
What do you think's going to happen? Because I don't the RNC and the DNC, like the party apparatus, I don't love either one of those.
Yeah.
So if there's better alternatives that people are into, I'm open to that. I
mean, the problem is,
I think the party that does it first is going to have a leg up in the near future.
I think what's like the likely best outcome is either the young people either take over the Republicans or the Democrats. I actually don't think it matters which. I do think that
no, it does to me. I'm way more excited about the young people on the right than on the left. They seem like miserable, anxiety-ridden woke scolds, and very first world luxury beliefs.
I think you'll find similar levels of mental issues on the right. It's just that
I was about to say
you're more favorable towards those issues, which I am too. But there are a lot of issues, and they will come to bite us. It's just that at the present moment, they are more.
Yeah, Iodine Paladin has done some great work on this, like talking about mental health from the left and the right.
Do you think she'll come on? I know you were trying to get her to come on at one time.
I've contacted her several times. She's never contacted me back. I don't know. I guess she's on a huge channel, but I guess she's too big for us, or maybe she doesn't check her email. I don't know. It doesn't show that the messages were even read, so
we'll have to go brigade her in the comments.
But yeah, no, I think the thing that's going to happen is that again, this is probably not going to happen for a while, maybe a decade or something, is when you'll start to see sort of the young people of like my generation starting to actually gain real institutional power within either the Democrats or the Republicans.
So,
and then they'll start pushing for some sort of legislation that makes it easier or even just possible for third parties to win elections. And it'll just start with just like local elections, right? It'll just make it easier for third parties to win at sort of like state levels stuff. But then
wait, they're going to take over the Democrat Party and make a law that makes it easier for parties, not the Democrat Party, to win elections?
I think so. I think because young people, by and large, don't like, even people who are like Democrats or Republicans, don't like our two-party system.
Well, just change one of the party. It doesn't. The parties are neutral. They're just like infrastructure. Just change one of them to fit your vision. You don't have to create a new party.
The problem is the infrastructure is set up in such a way that it limits what we can do. It too much limits what the parties can do, because as of right now, you can only really have two options, right? And so there's never any like chance for people to have compromise as much, because
I don't understand. All you need is one candidate to represent your vision. So you have two parties right now. Just use one of the existing parties to push your candidate and your vision forward. That seems so much easier than creating a third party from the ground up to do the same thing you could do with one of the existing parties.
Because what I'm talking about isn't just like a temporary, like, oh, this one candidate will change something sometimes, but then as soon as that candidate goes away,
is this like fantasy in the future, never existed in reality?
No, not a fantasy far in the future. It's, I think, the best case scenario a decade or two down the line. To my mind, the best case scenario would be to make our system more representative of the people that it represents, and I think by and large, young people agree with me on that. I don't think I've talked.
You don't think it currently is, like with our districting system?
Not with the way that we currently like run elections. No. Most elections in this country are first past the post, which means that like, for instance, in Texas, a Democrat vote means usually a lot less than a Republican's, because Texas is going red. And in Washington, a Republican's vote basically almost doesn't matter, because Washington is going to go blue. However, if we had a different system, one that was more well represented, the people under whom are being represented,
would Washington not be blue suddenly? How would that work? Like they'd apportion their votes by region?
I mean, there are a number of ways.
We're talking about ranked choice voting.
Well, I'm talking about just anything other than our current first past the post two.
Well, once again, we've reached the point of the conversation where I've been talking about our current system as it has existed up to this point, and Lib is talking about some future system that's never once existed.
Near future system.
Some ideal.
Hang on. Well, hang on.
Ranked choice voting
every time in this conversation.
I'm not talking about pie in the sky. I'm not talking about pie in the sky. I'm literally talking about like stuff like ranked choice voting, which is something that some states have already fucking implemented.
It's pie in the sky to the extent that it's not anything real currently.
Today,
I'm only talking. I'm
well,
talking
actually,
about the game as it's currently played, the current rules of the game, not what house rules people are proposing. I'm talking about the game as they exist out of the box, or however the current
so Jeff,
update version.
I feel like you're pushing back a little bit hard on something that you don't need to, because like these options already exist. Not only in other not only in
Yeah,
other,
the other thing I was
other
gonna say
Western
is
democracies done stuff, but like states in the United States have
this
experimented.
thing. This started about taking over one of the parties or the other, and then it suddenly became no. Well, that's not going to happen because they don't have this perfect election system. So
No.
the system as it exists now, you don't think the younger generation can use it to capture one of the parties to suit their vision?
No. I do think they do. I do think they can.
And what was the
and I think
point of
they
the
will.
conversation we just had about what needed to change?
Because
If they
the
can do
vision,
it with what we have now,
the vision that I'm talking about is the vision of a not just two-party system. I think most young people envision a more than two-party system.
I until I see them have the chance to take one of these parties and reject that and say, no, I'm going to hold out for three parties. I'm not as believing of that as you are. I
mean,
think if they had the option to have a party that they could advance their vision for the future, most people would take it. I don't think most people are going to say, oh yeah, thanks, but we'll hold out for this three party because it's more idealistic, and I don't think most people are going to do that.
I mean, I think we're already starting to see the beginnings of this, especially within the Democratic Party, with the number of people who voted undecided in the primaries for instead of voting for Joe Biden. You had a lot of people who were voting Democrat saying, "I don't like the direction the Democratic Party is going," and I think that is the grass under which this movement will begin to spread, and we'll start seeing. We're also starting to see these things like divisions within the Republican Party as well, where you have like the sort of like the neocons and the MAGA movement.
Yeah, but I don't think this necessarily leads to a third party. If this conversation was ultimately about breaking up the two-party system and having it be multi-party, I was on a completely different page from the start. I didn't know. I have nothing to say about that topic.
Well, no, I'm talking about this is what seems to be the zeitgeist for younger people, which is younger people broadly.
Well, then tell them to come talk to me, because I think I have better ideas than that for them.
Yeah, like there are tons of people who are doing that. There are young people working within the Democratic Party and the Republican Party now. They just don't have that sort of like institutional power, because a lot of these are like very ingrained institutions that have.
Nobody has institutional power unless they seek it, and then you can acquire institutional power.
People are seeking it, but like we're still, again, like people in your generation and the boomers are still the ones with the vast majority of the power, and they're not the ones who want this zeitgeist or who care about this.
Yeah, I have that criticism too of like Congress, and I do think we need to get some, like the old people that are doing good and have all the experience, keep them, but the ones that need to be got, like, I'm ready for some fresh young people. And if there's
they should literally have to pass a cognitive test, like a test, like the bar exam, like every year. You know, they really should.
I mean,
well, the test is the vote, because they represent the will of the people, and I don't think you can subject the will of the people.
Well, no, if someone is mentally deficient and they get voted in, it doesn't matter.
It's the will of the people. If you have a state full of crazy people, that is their will.
Also worth noting, I'm broadly not okay with like tests like that. Those kinds of tests have in the past been used, and they have just done very bad things.
But like Diane,
I'm not a fan of
before she died, Diane Feinstein wouldn't have been able to pass a sobriety test if she got pulled over on the side of the road.
Well, you know what? That's for her voters to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, like I agree. I think, in fact, I like the fact that as shocking as it is, I like the fact that there are at least some young Republicans who are getting elected. You see this actually starting to happen, especially at like state levels and stuff.
Are there Democrat versions of that? That's not the Squad.
Oh yeah, no, there are. Actually, especially at the state level. You have the Justins over in Tennessee, in the Tennessee House of Reps. They're like two, just very young. Like I think they're in their like late 20s, early 30s.
Two young Justins. Just
they're both named Justin.
I know,
Justin
I know. It's just funny. It's just like
I can't remember their last names.
Just two
Are they related?
just two
No,
Justins.
Oh,
ready
that's
to
their first.
ready to go to war.
Yeah, that's the first name. One of them's from Nashville, and one of them is from Memphis.
Are they? Let me see.
I-
Tennessee.
No,
yeah.
in the meantime, I don't know if this is something Americans agree with or not, because apparently it's a big issue. But the only testing that voters and those running for elections should be required to is being an adult and being a citizen. That's the only tests.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yep,
I agree. That's the.
And I don't understand why.
P.F.
so
Jung, if you're
popular.
watching, listen to this.
Wait, does P.F. Jung think there should be like?
Yes, he does. He wants
Oh my
citizenship
God.
test or.
I'm not a fan. I mean, now I do think
Call in Saturday and argue with him about it.
maybe I will. Maybe I will. I'd love to argue with another crazy Voshite.
A Voshite.
I don't know if he's a Voshite. He was.
No, I am.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be fun.
I keep forgetting. You're such a good
but
Voshite.
at
I
the
keep
same time,
forgetting you're a
Lib,
Voshite.
I feel like you're holding on to that moniker, kind of in spite of everyone, because I have not heard you say much that really agrees with Vosh in a long time. So I feel like your Voshiteness is largely a rebellion against the people that are like, you shouldn't be a Voshite.
Not really. I mean, I agree with a lot of Vosh's takes, but I don't like. For what it's worth, most of my politics had already been kind of ingrained by the time I even discovered Vosh. So,
I feel like you and Vosh would get into arguments about a lot of things. I don't think you two would agree as much as you think you would.
I mean, I'm not.
I mean,
actually
first of all, he'd start talking about how he's gonna fuck your mom and all of your polycule, and
I'd invite him over because he seems like a fun dude that I'd love to play Warhammer with.
Yeah, but he wouldn't actually come over, and he would just like talk the shit, because he's not a man of action, he's a man of words.
Okay, I mean, you say that, but he also has been organizing with Progressive Victory, which is a pretty big deal. They canvassed and they actually got a number of candidates elected in Georgia.
Just because he shouts them out here and there doesn't mean he's actually doing any work with them. He's on stream far too often for him to be doing any real work with any activist organization.
Is he really? I feel like he just doesn't stream hardly at all anymore.
Well, I mean, maybe he doesn't now. I haven't paid attention to Vosh in probably 3-4 months.
He streams
I've
like
ignored
3
him
days
completely.
a week.
He may not be streaming that much anymore, but he was streaming 12 hours a day. I mean, I really don't feel like there's much air between Hassan and Vosh. There really isn't much of a gap there. I will say Vosh is a little bit better than Hassan.
Yeah,
sure.
Vosh is much better in terms
I
of.
think Vosh is more neurodivergent than Hassan, and that gives makes him slightly more tolerable for me.
I think Vosh has much better geopolitical takes than Hassan. I think Hassan's geopolitical takes usually they range from acceptable to what the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, Hassan.
I think all of their political takes are trash. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Vosh and Hassan. I mean, Destiny can still even when I disagree with Destiny, I can still see where he's coming from. Whenever Vosh,
Mr. Borelli.
When Vosh or Hassan spouts out some of their nonsense, I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm like, what the fuck do you even mean, dude? This doesn't even make any sense. They go off these nonsensical rants that are just they're embarrassing. They're I'm not even a part of their circles, and I feel embarrassed for the leftists that they represent. because of how embarrassing a lot of the things they say are. I mean, like at least with Destiny, you can like at least look at his takes and be like, yeah, I don't agree with him there, but like he's got some points. You know, he's approaching it from a rational point of view for the most part. He occasionally gets a little like on his high horse and screams. But
I was gonna say his whole anti-left arc was a little much.
But he was never not a leftist, though. Even in his anti-left arc, he was never not a leftist. He was against.
No,
he was going against wokeism, and he's the same thing you go. Same things you're against.
Who are y'all talking about?
Destiny.
Destiny.
Oh. He's a liberal. He's not a leftist. But like they
used to all be the same thing. That's
they
fascinating.
They used to be a ton of a right wing. You Americans kind of corrupted that completely.
Well, I mean, actually, like I do think liberalism is a right-wing ideology because it's pro-capitalist. But like,
no, but that
I agree.
That is
and prove to me that Vosh and Hassan are not capitalist.
They
aren't capitalists themselves.
They're capitalists. They just don't.
Well, yeah,
they just don't admit to it.
Yeah, I agree.
They are capitalists.
They're hypocrites.
Well,
that's the problem I have. That's the main problem I have
with
them. They're complete, total capitalists, but they don't admit to it. They claim socialism and all this stuff, while at the same time just being pure capitalists about everything. That's what I hate about them. And at least Destiny is more than willing to come out and say, like, yeah, I'm a capitalist. I'm willing to like do this and that to make money and stuff like that. Whereas Hassan and Vosh will make all this money and buy all these things and everything, while at the same time espousing like socialism and communism and all this shit like that. And they just like the hypocrisy just irritates the fuck out of me.
They said the same.
Just be who you are. Just be who you are, man.
So wait,
like,
so I do have a question. What would
social democrats?
I mean, yeah, I do think that's probably more accurate to describe like Vosh and to a certain degree Hassan. Though I think Hassan, he has a lot of like tankies in his community.
Yeah, but they themselves wouldn't call themselves tankies. They'll call themselves social democrats if you ask them.
So no, tankies would not call themselves social democrats.
No, but Vosh would.
Vosh would call them fascists, and that's largely because I think a lot of tankies are ideologically. That's because a lot of tankies are ideologically in line.
Yeah, it is. It's on display right now.
It is crazy people. We're talking about crazy people.
Yes.
There we go. But like my thing is like I don't know, like I don't really like Hassan, but like I know a lot of people who do like Hassan, and they're usually pretty cool.
I mean, why he's the himbo of political analysts.
Yeah, he is.
He's a complete dick.
Himbos are sexy though. He's not even that.
Really? I think it sounds. Oh, okay. Maybe it's just me. I think it sounds attractive. But
yeah.
I even saw one himbo at Antlers. I'm not kidding.
Lindsay thinks Hassan looks ridiculous. Like Lindsay doesn't think he's. But she says she likes Vosh's voice. She thinks Vosh is a good voice. And I agree. Vosh is a good voice.
Vosh? Oh my god, that's the kind of voice that they have up here.
You know what's even better than Vosh's normal voice is Vosh's voice at 2 times speed, because that's basically the only way I watch most videos.
Well, I mean, I don't blame you there. I have to watch it 4 times speed. Of course, I wouldn't absorb anything from it, but I wouldn't anyway, so it wouldn't make any difference.
Hank, what's up with you? What's been going on lately?
Yeah, what's going on with my brother Hank O'Flamio?
So yesterday called the line, but unfortunately, Forrest Valkai was very dishonest and tried to abuse his mod powers to avoid getting to the point, because he knows he doesn't want to go there. So one of the hosts of the show, I called in, but he got irate and abused his mods because he didn't like where the conversation was going, because he would have had to admit to losing his atheism. So I went ahead and hung up on him and put a call out for him on a Monday debate server. I think they probably should tell Ozian, because he may be closer to whoever knows him, so he knows that he's been called out, because I know why he was getting irate.
Which atheist YouTuber was this again? I remember seeing it. I don't remember which YouTuber it was.
Yeah, Forrest Velkai. I put it in my what is it called? Headline.
Oh, I do remember him. Okay, yeah. I've seen some of his videos. He's an all right new atheist.
Yeah, it was dishonest with me, and I know if he didn't have mods, I would drag him kicking stream to where he doesn't want to admit to. Because all I needed to do was he was using I already got him on guess fictions having gods in it. All I needed to do was use the Donald Trump conversion. Then he just had to admit to losing his atheism unless he came up with a test with divinity. Very close.
And I don't think you have to admit to losing your atheism unless you believe in a deity.
That's me in the corner.
No,
that's me in the spot.
Yeah, the problem is
my atheism.
You can't speak here. It's a sing session.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if you don't believe in divinity via precept argument, then you get kind of anti-science.
If you sorry, say that again.
You're kind of anti-science if you use presuppositionalism to keep your atheism.
I don't necessarily think so. It depends on the way in which you're using precept arguments.
I think normally I would, but honestly, right now I didn't understand a word of what you just said. And I don't think it's your fault. I think it's totally my fault. I'm very tired today.
Are we doing demon today?
Doing what?
We were going to read through Chris's script and we were going to play that demon video game.
Yeah, we could try to set it up now if you want to. I thought but for the instance that we're trying to focus on mental health, so I wasn't going to worry.
Well, we are, but that is one way of. Well, maybe like is a video game where you have a demon talking you into stabbing your friends in the back going to help someone's mental health. It sounds like it has potential.
That actually sounds like in yes. Baldur's Gate 3, there's a playthrough where you can play as the Dark Urge, which it will like in conversations you'll like get these things where like a voice in your mind will be like murder, kill, and you can either give in to those urges or like resist them.
Have you played Disco Elysium, Lib?
I have not.
Dude,
I
swear to God, if you play Disco Elysium, it will be it will be your favorite game of all time.
I know. I've seen people like reviewing it and stuff, and it seems like a game right up my alley. Just like I have so many.
It's a game where your political ideology is part of is one of your stats that changes as depending on what decisions you make through the game. And one of the most positive ones you can be is to be an anarcho-communist.
I mean, in the world of Disco Elysium, that kind of makes sense.
Chris, you keep fading into the blur.
I'm sorry.
That sounds like mental health. All right, you keep fading into the blur. That's a
there you go. That's
perfect analogy for a depression or something.
Daniel, I have written a script about me writing a script before as a joke.
This is the movie. You're watching it now.
Yeah,
one of my top 5 favorite films of all time is Adaptation by Charlie Kaufman and Spike Jonze. So it's kind of like, what do you expect at that point? Like, it's one of my favorite films, my favorite my biggest inspiration. So, yeah, like the whole idea of like writing yourself into the script is, God, that movie is so brilliant. It really is.
We should watch it soon.
I watched it the other week, man. Like, I noticed things in it. Like, I've seen that movie so many times. I noticed things that I never even noticed before about it. There's layers and layers and layers and layers of that movie. Just the fact that the whole idea of him writing himself in the script is because she wrote herself into the novel.
Let's watch it and then we can do a stream on it or something.
Yeah, also, that's what I'm talking about, Chris. I was gonna use something like that if an author was developing himself in to like a script or a book and didn't call himself a god, but also happened to be a walking, talking person. Pretty much, you just need a test with divinity to negate that.
Also, Jack's Law made a comment that I just want to talk about. Video games take over more and more of our waking lives as humans. So I actually don't necessarily agree with this. What I think is that video games have been taking over where other pieces of entertainment have previously been. Where previously someone might watch TV for a bunch, or watch movies a bunch, or I don't know, play board games or something.
Those are all way more fun than video games.
I mean, it depends on the video game and the whatever, like it, and the person too. Like, some people.
Oh,
really,
now all of a sudden it depends on the person. Okay.
Well, it does, but
well,
I mean, like,
it does.
I'll go with that. Yeah. I'll go with
it. It does depend on the person, but it is true that video games are like more and more people are playing more and more video games and doing less and less of the other things. The video game industry is one of the fastest growing entertainment industries in the world. It is true that people are doing more and more of it, but like it's because that medium has sort of the diversity of the media has expanded. It's not just like, oh, you can either play this first person shooter or this strategy game or this MMO. It's suddenly, all right, do you really like movies? Well, here's a bunch of video games that are basically just big interactive movies. Do you like
where you just press a button at this time or another?
I would say that about streaming, that streaming is taking over more and more of our waking lives.
I will tell you this. I will say if anybody in the panel has not played Disco Elysium, which it's got the dumbest sounding name I know,
I won't be playing it. I watched like the first screen or two of it, and it seemed corny.
I thought the same thing, but honestly, I've never had an emotional connection to an interactive narrative to the degree I have with that game. By the end of it, I was literally in tears. Like,
do you think
it's one of the most emotionally effective, like, and deep experiences I've ever had in an entertainment medium ever, and it could only exist as a video game. It could not exist as a movie. If they tried to make a movie or a TV show out of it, it would be pointless, because it's so ingrained in your choices, and your choices matter so much. Like, even tiny little choices you make in the beginning of the game vastly affect like the outcome of like the end and everything like that. And it's just I played through it twice, and both times it just like it hit me like a ton of bricks. It's one of the most profound things I've ever experienced. And I don't even agree with its political ideology that much, but it's hilarious.
I'm likely to have the same experience?
I don't know, Jeff. I mean, like, for example, this is one of the coolest things about it. Okay, and most RPGs, you have stats like attack, strength, that sort of thing that you level up right as you go. In this game, whenever you get experience points or whatever, you put them into different parts of your psyche. You have different parts of your psyche that you can give more and more power to. So you can give power to your sense of imagination, or your sense of just like or anger, or you can give it, every part of your psyche is broken down into like 25 different categories.
Oh Lord, that's complicated already. Let me look this up. I want to see how accurately they got
it. I just bought it. I just bought it on GOG because it was on sale. I bought the bundle with that soundtrack.
Hell yeah.
It is 100% worth.
It's already making me
at least once. Even I feel like even if you come away from it not liking it, you will still be affected by it. That's how I feel.
I feel like there are other. I don't know. Disco Elysium seems more like an RPG than like one of those, like, I guess, interactive movie experiences. Like the interactive movie probably feels more like Life is Strange is definitely more of or Gone Home. Gone Home is probably actually.
The thing is, there's no real video gamey parts of it. It's all dialogue and conversation. There's nothing in it that isn't based on dialogue and conversation.
That means it's a visual novel.
Yes, but not in the same way. But like in a way, to the degree that Baldur's Gate's a visual novel, like it just doesn't have combat sequences in it. It just doesn't have combat. That's the only thing. There's just no combat. Everything is talked through, and throughout the thing, you're constantly having your internal dialogue. We're talking about Mental Health Month. Okay, this is the game for Mental Health Month. If there's a game that exists that was meant to like represent mental health in some way, this is the game that represents mental health, because the entire game is entirely like you're having conversations with people, but in the meantime, like these different parts of your psyche are talking to you and telling you things, and telling you what to do and like suggesting things, and you have the ability to listen to them or not. And like depending on what you listen to, it affects your mental health in the game, and what the ending ultimately it turns out to be is very dependent on what your mental health is at the end of it. I mean, for one thing, it's you're an alcoholic character, and you have the choice to drink or not to drink throughout the whole game.
I just won't drink.
Yeah.
Is that
Right.
easy? You could just not be an alcoholic.
You can choose to, you can, but it gives you, but the thing is, there are advantages to drinking alcohol in the game. Alcohol will actually give you advantages if you do drink it.
Yeah.
So you're actually like, kind of handicapping yourself by not drinking.
You're making a character, in D&D, we would call this, you're making a character choice.
You're making a character choice, yeah.
But like, yeah, I mean, there are other games too that are, I think, probably more up Jeff's alley. There's a game called Firewatch, which you play as a dude who goes to do one of those where you like sit in a tower in like around woods over like the summer to make sure like, you know, big fires don't happen and stuff like that.
See, I tried that one.
That sounds fun. That game sounds fun.
It's like this mystery semi-horror game, because
and it
like,
makes me want to go do it for real.
I mean, actually, like completely seriously, I have this game like on Steam right now. It's really
Is it one where you can invite other people, or do we have to buy it?
No, it's a single player game.
It's not multiplayer, it's single player game.
It's single player.
You could stream it one day.
I could stream it one day, yeah. No, it's a fun game. It's like a genuinely like really fun game. I actually really might stream it, because it's genuinely like, and the beginning sequence is like you're talking about like your life before that, and it's like it's really depressing, because it's like your girlfriend goes off, your like dog dies, and it's
what
like
if
you have
you're
to
gay?
like react.
Can you switch it? Like,
you know it's
to
you
be,
play
like,
as a
culturally
predetermined character.
How is that not oppressive to gay people?
No, telling gay people can't have
Heteronormative
girlfriends.
norms.
Just have to not screw them.
I mean,
the patriarchal
Or they could
construct of
just hate them, screw
heteronormativity.
them.
I mean,
I feel damaged just by listening to the plot.
the game.
Well,
the game
in
is just about a straight
Disco
person.
Elysium,
I want to go sit in a tower now and like.
In Disco Elysium, you
process
do
how
get
excluded I feel from the
choices in your
game.
sexuality, because
No wonder
like
he's off in a tower by himself.
It's not an RPG. Like it's one of those games where you play as a predetermined character, like how in Halo you don't make your own character, you play as.
Yeah, but Master Chief was designed to be neutral, where anybody could. That was one of my criticisms when I first saw it. Is this character has no personality or no defining features, and my friend's like, yeah, he's supposed to be that way because anybody's supposed to be able to identify with him.
I mean,
that's stupid.
For what it's worth,
like, well, it's $1 billion franchise. So
for what it's worth, in the later games, they did characterize him a lot more, and to great success, I might add. His character is actually really interesting. It's mostly Halo 1. I mean, it's mostly Halo 1 that sort of had the sort of like blank slate kind of thing. To a degree, he actually talks quite a bit into.
How did we get on this topic? What topic
anyway,
were we on?
No, I was going to say. Let me say that one thing. In Disco Elysium, you have a partner. I can't remember his name. It's something Kitsuragi. He's your Asian.
What if you're not into Asians? Can you change his gender, his race?
No, you can't. But he's so fucking cool
but not Asian.
that your character ends up becoming kind of attracted to him, and you have the choice to try to romance him at some point, and he doesn't
your
really.
Mentor or your.
No, he's your partner.
He's your partner, as in like a cop partner, right? Because
not romantic partner. Okay.
Yeah,
I could have an Asian cop partner. I thought you meant.
Yeah, but you can choose to kind of try to romance him and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You could make your character gay if you want to.
Disco Elysium's a
Jax, work out and then play the game. But isn't there a game that you could work? Don't they have where you work out the game?
Yeah, that's stuff on the Wii, but like the Wii barely exists anymore.
No, that's stuff in VR. That's stuff in like that's like.
Oh yeah, and actually, no, VR actually is really big on that. Beat Saber and stuff like that. Honestly, if you do Beat Saber, will give you like a full workout if you do it for.
I know I got in hella good shape playing Beat Saber and Synth Riders, dude. I was before my vertigo hit and I couldn't do it anymore. That was my exercise regimen. I did this VR program called Box VR, and I played Beat Saber / Synth Riders for like 2 or 3 hours a day, and I was almost cut getting in like good shape. Like, I mean, it was like I was surprised like how good my body could look, and it was just by doing that every day. But whenever I couldn't do it anymore, I lost that. It reverted back to flab, but it's a hell of a good workout, and it's fun too, and it's so much more fun than playing any other kind of workout that you could do, like, you know.
Like, and also, I do support games that like will give you like little pop-ups that be like, hey, you've been on this game for a while.
I hate pop-up. I don't.
I hate it too.
I'm gonna send those to you. This is a little game.
No, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, that's just because, like, I mean, maybe it's just like a me thing, just because like I'm really bad at like keeping track of time.
I hate nags.
Yeah, so but you don't get a watch. You get a watch and wear it. It's pretty...
Yeah, but
then I did almost miss the stream today because I was streaming that game. So
then I have.
I was gonna go get you. I was gonna go in the comment section and.
Yeah, you should have.
I saw you close up, and I'm like, oh wow, he's gonna be here. I'll have to.
No, I randomly looked down at the clock and saw that it was 1:45, and I was like, oh shit.
See, it works.
Time.
I mean, yeah, that's assuming you remember to look at the clock. I am really, again, like I'm bad at judging like what a chunk of time like will feel like, and then I'm also really bad at then remembering to check the clock to because like I know
that's
that
what
I'm
good at is checking the clock. That's
really
what
bad at it.
Me, I think.
I mean, for me, it just like I kind of learned to not, because like in school I would like constantly be checking the clock because like
me too. That's what taught me to check the clock. I was always looking at it.
Well, but like the reason is because like
that's where you had the round clocks with the needles, so you would look at where the needle. You didn't have to actually know the number time. You just looked at where the needle was and how much longer before it was at the top.
Yeah. No, I do know how to read a mechanical clock.
Moose. Yeah, I remember hearing about that story about like a year ago. I remember like that story about a year ago. But. That girl seemed kind of unstable, though. I don't know how much that was.
I mean, if they liked it,
I don't think he did. I think that it was like I think he stood by her for a while to save face. I think they eventually got divorced, but
that's unfortunate. I wish they hadn't done that, because that just kind of seems kind of shitty to do.
Her husband stayed with her.
What, to get divorced because you got cheated on with a bunch of other people?
Well, she banged like the whole police force, though.
But like, did she bang the whole police force with his consent?
Or, no, not with his consent.
In which case, no, that's not okay. That's fucked up. That's cheating. We don't stand cheating.
What are we talking about?
There was a cop. There was a Tennessee cop who. I guess it was like a year ago. Yeah, she fucked a bunch of the other cops. Apparently, without her, she cheated on her husband with a bunch of other cops, and he stayed with her. Which, I mean, like, I that's his choice, but like, I wouldn't. Mostly because I'm not really a big fan of cheating, but you know.
No, I wouldn't either.
I probably would.
I'm not a big fan of cheating either, but at the same time, I do have sympathy for people who, you know, if you're in a relationship, especially if
for somebody to lie to you and that level of deception, no.
Oh no, I mean, I do feel sympathy. I do feel sympathy for him, like absolutely, because like that's definitely got to be a.
Like he said, you would feel sympathy for him and take him back after they lied to you. That's not sympathy. That's masochism.
You know, I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying, like, you know, I mean, I'm just saying relationships are complicated, and now with the degree that happened with that.
But cheating is not, and lying is not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If it had been, if it had been one dude, and like it had been something that happened, and like it was over or something like that, I can.
Oh yeah, I mean, I do think there's definitely different like levels of cheating that different people will obviously have, you know. Different thresholds for, but I do think from the situation as we understand it, this was probably on the extreme end. This was like,
Okay, so I didn't read the part, Daniel, that where the cop was there when his wife was getting it. Okay, so I didn't know that part. So that wasn't what I read at the time. So anyway.
So I'm a free love kind of guy. So if she told me she was going to do it, I would let her do it and take her back.
I mean,
kink written on it.
Yeah, that is kink. That's fine. I mean, I'm not going to judge nobody.
No, but I do think like the workplace is not the place for your kink.
I mean, yeah, like that's probably the probably worst part of that was that it was
have a barbecue or something on the weekend, invite your coworkers, but draw some kind of professional boundary.
No, they're probably working 50-hour weeks. Probably working 50-hour weeks.
If my wife came to me and said that she really wanted to sleep with somebody else or something like that,
like all the people at the Amazon warehouse.
I can't it would have to be one specific person. I know that would be okay with me, but I mean,
you would consider it.
I think about it. I can't guarantee I would tell her that I was okay with it, but I can. But at least if she had the honesty to like come and talk to me about it beforehand, there's a much better chance that I would condone it or be willing to go along with it as opposed to deception. If it was just if it was done through
Brad Pitt, remind me who you are in the back. I think I remember, but
I'll tell you now.
I'm pretty sure that's Midlife Brologic.
Yeah, I think so.
Unless he changed his unless he changed his thing.
Yeah,
that's Midlife Brologic.
But I tell you now, I'm not very possessive. But then again, I haven't had someone who would call themselves a girlfriend relation to me anyways, but I'm not that possessive. I probably wouldn't care.
And I also think things change significantly if you have children. I think if you have children and you're in a committed relationship, you're married, you have children, I think that kind of thing can be really detrimental to your family situation and stuff like that. So like that's going to be I mean, if you don't have children yet though, or something like that, you're still just a couple or something like that, then I guess that's that's up to the people. I wouldn't judge that, but it's a tough situation though. It's a really hard thing to. I mean, you have to imagine that. I mean, no matter who's doing it, if it's the man, of course, it's a lot harder to imagine a man saying that to a woman than it is a woman saying that to a man, isn't it? Imagine like if a straight married couple. Mm-hmm. A woman comes to their husband and says, like, I really want to sleep with such and such, right? Right, and I can see how there's a chance where like the husband would
I would feel inadequate as a man. Like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
That's not.
I agree. I agree completely. But if, on the other hand, if the man went to the woman and said the same thing, I feel like the reaction would not even be close to being close to being like considered in any kind of rational way. I feel like that would be taken very, very offensively. I feel like the reaction would be like, you want to do what? And it would be like it'd be kind of like
his first mistake is asking in the first place.
Yeah. But at the same time, but the asking is the
so
thing.
You think women would be like outraged and offended more than the men? Right?
I do.
Because that's their competition. They're supposed to attach to a man because that's their provider and protector, and they don't want new competition to come in and jeopardize that they have to compete with all over again.
Unless it's like one of those like really weird but
then you have harems where the women are
hyper upper class like relationship type things where like they were mostly married because of money type thing and they had an agreement type thing. I could see like those kind of things, but there's no love in that in the first place. Those people aren't like having a loving relationship. They're just together because of money or whatever like that. So like, I mean, in that situation, it's a lot different. But I mean, if you're a regular like, we got married because we love each other kind of thing, it's gonna hurt the other person no matter if they go along with it or not. It's gonna hurt them.
I have a little bit of experience with this. One of my girlfriends.
I thought you only had one.
In the past, an ex-girlfriend.
Oh, okay. I see.
The one who sort of like introduced me to polyamory. That was like the whole thing. She actually came to me and talked to me about it. And I mean, later on, it turned out that she just wanted to cheat on me without guilt. But
Yeah, right.
you can.
And it's also one thing if like that's the kind of thing if you get into a relationship with somebody like at the front and you establish that's something that's how you live your life and like that's the kind of person you are, and that person goes along with it anyway, then in that case I can see like it's kind of on that person. But like if you've been married for like let's say 5 years even, right? And then one of the two people in the relationship goes to the other one and says like I want to do this, and the other one, I mean there's a possibility
that's not out of the blue. Like y'all are not just sitting there happy family and all of a sudden, hey honey, I want to do this. There's something that's
broken
or building up.
There's something that's broken.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I can't say it's inadequate that a partner decide to share themselves with someone else. Otherwise, I have to say I'm even more inadequate now for not having a partner. So the whole logic, I can't follow that logic.
You're even more what? We hang on one sec. We have Cheyenne in the back. Does anybody know this person? Or show us on your camera and let us know who you are.
I do not know.
Yeah, so I can't follow that logic.
Cheyenne's on a name I know.
I don't know Cheyenne. But I can't follow that logic because I had to say I'm more inadequate now for not even having a partner. So I won't.
Wait, say that again.
I can't follow that logic for having a partner who wants to share themselves with other people because I had to say I'm even more inadequate now for not even having a partner in the first place. So I can't even follow that logic. It doesn't.
There's an amazing Of Montreal song that's actually about that. It's on the You Are Fun album. I can't what's it called, like polyaneurysm, I think it's called.
Polyaneurysm.
Is that the video with the dog?
I don't know if I've ever seen the video, but the song is all about
it's just his dog running around the yard. The whole video. That's all it is.
Well, the song is all about how like he's dating this girl that dates a bunch of other guys, and he's just like I can't keep up with this girl. I can't. He's like it's fucking with his head and all this shit like that, and he's trying to be, and the whole song is about how he's trying to be like this urban, cool with everything kind of like boyfriend thing, but like it's just fucking with his brain too much. Like he just can't seem to I think that song makes me laugh because because I used to have. I guess I still do. I still believe that relationships like that can exist in some degree if all parties involved are actually at the maturity level where they can handle it. But I just don't know. But finding 3 people that are sexually compatible, they're also mature enough to handle a situation like that, that is a huge ask.
And I don't think people ain't even close to being mature because there's literally women dating their rapists. So
there's just not enough mature people out there that I personally that makes me think that's. It's like if you find a situation
I don't
like that,
ever spend time thinking about other people's relationships.
Yeah, Andrea Dworkin, the renowned feminist, had pretty much every one of her boyfriends beat her up, and she was a feminist.
What am I lying about, bro?
Jeff,
and what's your take on all this?
Jeff, to your comment, I don't think about it that much either. I'm just saying, it's come up in conversations.
I've noticed people on here have really strong opinions about how people should have relationships, what they should eat, what their diet should be. There's so many.
I'm not trying to be prescriptive.
Not you. I'm not saying you at all. I'm just saying in general. I've noticed lots of strong opinions.
Yeah,
about how the people should live their lives.
I think people should live their lives
elaborate and clarify. They refuse to do so because they don't know why they have the opinion in the first place. So it's kind of pointless.
Bro, what's your take on all this?
There's so much to say, and I wanted to get in, but you guys are just rambling, or not rambling, but having excellent takes actually. And
feel free to interrupt people. Go.
Where can I begin? The first thing I wanted to say.
Start with me.
We'll start with this.
Let's start with that then.
Okay. Don't sit here and act like you don't have a slight interest in what other people are doing. Like you are not that cool. No offense, but your life is not that fulfilled that you may not see another couple and wonder like, oh, I wonder what's up with them.
I don't.
Like you do.
I don't.
You do. You don't care about like Britney Spears and her new boyfriend and what's going on.
Not at all. I never think about her.
You care about.
You think about other people's relationships. Like if you're at the store and you see a couple,
yes,
you
absolutely. I'm not above that. Yes.
Well, maybe I'm weird, but I don't think.
I don't believe you. I think you're lying to yourself, and you're definitely lying to me. Or maybe I'm just wrong. That's possible.
Oh, I mean, what Brologic said, I actually do that sometimes, especially if I see like a particularly cute couple. I will like see and just be like, oh, they're so cute, and like, yeah,
right. And you make up an entire story about a story in your head about what they are and like that kind of thing.
And even that's different than what I'm talking about having opinions about how people should have their relationships, like which relationships are morally or socially acceptable or not.
Okay,
he's saying I lied because I don't think about other people's relationships, nor do I think about their food choices, and I don't think that's my responsibility. And he's saying that I do think about that. I'm just not admitting to it, that I'm lying when I say
maybe I should
I
clarify.
don't think about. He knows more what I think about than I do.
Maybe I should clarify that whenever I was saying those things, I'm speaking from my perspective and like for my life. I'm not speaking for anybody else. If anybody else that wants to like try to like live that life like that, and they think they can do it successfully, and it works out for them, then I say more power to them. I completely like support their choice and support their attempt to do that. I've seen it happen with people where like it only takes one weak link in that chain, right? Even if it's just 3 people, it only takes one weak link in that chain of those 3 people for the entire relationship to just the entire relationship between all 3 people just to become like
yeah, I mean
dramatic.
That's
Let's just say dramatic.
Like, polyamory does require a lot of
an extreme degree of emotional maturity.
And
I think and communication stuff, and that I think that in my opinion, most people don't have. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong. It doesn't mean that I'm right. But the people most people I've known in my life, the people I've known in my life personally, I don't believe that they had that level of emotional maturity. So,
but guess what? No relationships
that's
work.
my point.
No
that's what I'm saying.
Work.
I don't think about stuff like that. Like whether most people have the emotional maturity to be in certain types of relationships. I don't think about that at all. It never crosses my mind. If I see people in a poly, I'm like, oh, okay, that's them. I don't wonder about should they be doing that? Do they have the emotional maturity? Is this good for society? Those thoughts never cross my mind.
I mean, I will think.
I want to clarify the midlife. Yeah, midlife asked me something quick. So before we do a tangent, I want to clarify.
No, I'm going to go on you too, Hank. I got something for you whenever you're ready.
Absolutely. So go for me, and I'll clarify for you.
What did you say earlier? You said if your girlfriend wanted to bang a bunch of dudes, it wouldn't bother you. Like, are you serious?
Absolutely, because if it bothered me now to have my girlfriend bang a lot of dudes, it should bother me more to not have a girlfriend, and that kind of doesn't make any sense because I shouldn't be possessive of people that way. It doesn't make any sense.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that, but that's not your argument. Your argument is you'd rather have.
That's my argument. My argument is if I bothered that my partner wants to share themselves with other people, I should be bothered even more for not even having a partner.
No, that's not your argument. Your argument is I'd rather have a girlfriend who sucks off all my friends than not have a girlfriend at all. That's your argument. Like, just phrase it.
Well,
right.
You can interpret it both ways. So I would say yes.
No, just that one.
Now, what's your counter? What's your retort?
No, I wanted to phrase it appropriately, and that makes sense.
Phrase
it's like, well, it's like she may be a slut, but at least she sucks my pee.
Yeah,
and it's like, and you got to keep. And sometimes, hey, you're right. Getting BJs is better than not getting BJs, and maybe just keep her and keep your eye open for something better.
Well, yeah.
So, what's your song by The Offspring, Self-Esteem, is just like playing through my head right now, like just like the whole song, you know, like the.
Yeah. So you have a counter argument for that. Would I be making the wrong decision, or should I just be mad that people don't make decisions I like?
I mean, okay, so here's my perspective on it, because Hank, I've been in a, I guess, tangentially related position that you're talking about, where because this was with the girlfriend who introduced me to polyamory, because when I eventually learned that, you know, she was talking to me and she really just wanted to be with another guy and me at the same time, but she didn't really like she didn't want to break up, but she wanted to be with this other guy. So she wanted to cheat. And that was like the end for me. That was, I did not want to be with her anymore because I viewed her actions.
Would you have been open to it if it was a 3-way?
Well, no, because she just didn't want to break up with me. It's not that she didn't want to not be with me.
I'm just asking, like, but if she had been like, I just want to bring this guy into our bed or whatever, would that have been like the same, like, breaking point?
I have to think about that. Because I like there's a distinction. If she had said, I want to date both you and this other guy, that was something that I was open to, like, talking about. I mean, I wasn't attracted to him, so I didn't want to fuck him.
Right. Yeah.
You didn't feel like a certain way about the relationship for her wanting that, or having suggested it? Well,
no, but that's a large part because we, like, had a number of discussions about it, and
so you knew ahead of time, like,
yeah. No. She didn't start dating him and then talk to me about it. She talked to me about it, and we had a number of conversations and talked about polyamory and all this other stuff. So, like, we started it pretty reasonably. It just, her intentions were not genuine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she didn't actually. Yeah, no. It didn't work with me, which is why I broke up with her. Like, we broke up because it was like, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. Like, cool, thanks.
Yeah, if you're dating me and you have the idea to bring somebody else to the relationship and want to come and talk to me about it, give me a week or something to pack my shit and get out. The answer is no. I'm telling you ahead of time.
No, that's most people. Most people are monogamous, and that's fine. That's
if you want to end the relationship, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. That's like for most people, monogamy is the line. Like, you got to stay with the monogamy. That's
and
fine.
For me, it's voluntary. It's something I want to. Yeah. It never feels like a stricture or a prison. It's I don't want to be with it when I want to be with this person.
Yeah, that's.
So okay. So what if this girl was like, "Yo, I wanna bang this hot chick." I mean, here's one for you, Hank. Am I the only straight person here?
Hank is
no, I'm straight.
Chris is straight.
Yeah, Hank and Chris are straight.
Straight-ish, depending on what generation you're.
All right, what are you doing if your girlfriend's like, I just want to bang some chicks on the side?
Just make sure you record some of it.
Great answer, Hank.
Put it on Patreon.
Yeah, like if it's purely other women. I mean, my wife she's said she's bi since I met her, and that's never really bothered me. Even if I wasn't involved in it, it never really bothered me.
But wait, so she brings chicks home for you sometimes?
No, she never had. She never has.
But it wouldn't bother you if she did.
But she never has done that. But the idea of it, like, I mean, since she brought that up to me really early on in our relationship, it was something I accepted about her really early on. So it was something I knew going into a relationship with her.
Okay, so hold on, just to be clear,
it never ended up coming up. It never ended up becoming an issue. But if it had, I would have had I guess I would have had to, give it a good think or so. But I don't think I would have had an issue with it. I guess it would depend on, like, it would depend on, like, if this girl was like, if this was a girl that was like that was in a couple as well or something like that, then that might throw some caution, because, like, then it might turn into, like, them having.
You wouldn't think it's weird at all. Just approach you like, hey, honey, I brought this girl home. You wouldn't. That alone would not be like, we need to talk about a relationship.
We'd be like, I'd want to marry her right on the spot. I'd be like, that's what I need in my life. This is the girl I've been looking for.
If you are in a monogamous relationship and someone says, oh, hey, I brought another person home and fucked them, I want to know if that's okay in the future. I'm gonna be real. To most monogamous people, that's a deal breaker, because that is
that's the end. There's no way to,
because it's all about the trust, because it breaks the trust. That's the thing, is that now, relationships.
Hold up, please.
So much about.
I need to talk to Chris, please, Chris.
Oh, sure, okay.
And of course, whatever you don't want to share, I'm sure you know.
I'm an open book, man.
So you know that your wife is, and I feel uncomfortable talking about people's wives, right? So let's just say this person
right there.
This person.
No, she's in bed. She's not here.
Is bisexual.
All right.
And in the beginning of your relationship, she's like, "Yo, just so you know, from time to time, I'm gonna go carpet munching." Like that's how that went down.
It wasn't quite like that, no, but it was like, but she brought up that she was like, she was attracted to women too sometimes.
And she's going to act on that or not?
No, I mean, she never said that she was for sure going to act on it. She never.
Did it come up? Did you ask her like, "Are you going to want that in the future?" Or
yeah, we talked about it some back then. I don't remember. I mean, we've been there for a long time, man, like 20 years. I don't remember every little bit of the conversations we had back then, but it hasn't come up.
So
since then, really,
to your knowledge,
except for it came up twice at various points. And okay, there was this one girl that that she met through. There was a girl that she met through some other people on a Facebook thing and everything like that. And this girl invited us to buy us dinner one night, and I was like, okay, whatever. And then when we sat down, she was like, so I want to talk to you guys about if you'd like to be interested in swinging with me and my husband. And we were like, what? Like, we didn't see this coming. We had no idea this is what this was about. And then we saw pictures of the husband, and we were like, oh, no, not okay. Not cool with that. Lindsay was completely completely revolted by him, and I was like, oh, there's no way in hell. He was like a prison guard, and he was bald headed and he just looked like this. I was like, nope, that's
too much like you.
He looked like me.
He looked like a redneck prison guard. I don't know what to tell you.
That bothered you or that bothered her? Wait a minute. So you go that way too, or
both of us? Me and her both agreed. Like the girl went to the bathroom, and the girl went to the bathroom at one point. We were both like,
no.
So just we're
you don't understand my question. Here's my question.
Okay.
Are you bi?
I'm not. No.
Okay. So if it was Brad Pitt, would you be like, yes, I want to see my wife banged out by Brad Pitt? He was too ugly to bang your wife? I mean, why did it bother you? That's my question.
It was like the guy. I mean, if it was Brad Pitt, if it was someone that looked like that was really attractive, or something that I wouldn't be. It doesn't mean I would want to have any sexual contact with him.
But you wouldn't feel bad about her.
If it was we each fuck each other's wives or something like that. Could I have been okay with it? Possibly. I don't know, because I never really got faced with that kind of situation. Okay, I was never faced with the actual possibility, from the word go in that situation. I was like, okay. I was already standoffish, and then we saw the pictures, and that we were like, oh hell no, and so it was the whole thing was just
So she was wasting her time from the start.
Yeah, it was a waste of her time. Yeah, from the get go, and so it wasn't I'm not bi or anything like that. But but if it was just we each had sex with each other's wives or something like that, can I say that I'd be 100% against it? It wouldn't be important to me. I didn't think this girl. I didn't really find this girl all that attractive. Really, I didn't think she was all that hot.
You would do it if Lindsay.
If it really mattered to her, if it was really important to her at that time in our relationship, the time that happened, I would have considered it. But I don't know that I would have ultimately come down the side of yes. I don't know that would have happened. But I'm a pretty open-minded person when it comes to things like that. I'm not a completely closed-minded person. I just
I get it, man. No, you don't have to. No, I totally understand. I wouldn't want some ugly dude banging my wife either. But listen, here's my next question: are you secretly waiting for your wife to bring home a hot chick so you can both bang her on your birthday or for your 20th anniversary or something?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No, it's that period in our relationship has definitely passed with the
20s,
mental
sure.
health issues and everything that we've been through in the last 4 or 5 years. Our relationship has solidified in a much more concrete manner. I don't think either of us would consider anything like that at this point, because it would cause too much like emotional distress and things like that. That's just not something that we would like be open to inviting in. Maybe like if you asked me that same question 10 years ago, I would have been open to it probably. But at the same time,
no, I get it, man. I understand. I understand what it's like to live with someone for quite a long time. I understand how things cool off there, and
I mean, I have
different priorities and
I have
feelings.
no issues with attraction to my wife. I'm very attracted to her and stuff like that. I don't have any issues like that. But if it was something that was really mattered to her, if it was something that was really important to her, as long as like we were able to talk about it and establish boundaries beforehand and everything, I probably could have worked out some kind of we probably could have worked something out. But like it's one of those things where like,
okay, let's practice. Let's practice, because she's probably gonna listen to the stream, and it's almost like you're giving her the okay. So I'll play your wife, and you just play.
I'm not saying anything she doesn't already know.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Hey Chris, how's it going? We're acting this out. We're role playing.
Okay.
You have to like act with me.
All right.
So let's try again. Ready?
Yeah. How's it going? Sorry about that. Yeah.
Oh, it's going pretty good. I like that podcast you and Gen X Jeff did the other day. I was really listening to it. It really made a lot of sense.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm trying to do a bit here. You got to work with me.
Get to the bit.
I'm not sure when I'm
supposed to read your script today.
Like, just be you, and I'm going to play your wife. Okay.
Okay. All right. Like, yeah, you listen to the podcast today. Okay.
Yeah, and you said if I had some desires that you couldn't quite provide, that you might be open to it. So I want you to know there's this really just friendly guy at work. His name is Tyrone, and I was wondering, he was saying he didn't mind. I was wondering if I could, just friendly, like go on a date with him to a hotel, just for one night, just to see.
Yeah,
what do you think, Chris?
That would be a no today.
Okay.
10 years ago, that might have been a different story, but today it would be a no.
They have multiple kids.
Would she listen to you if you just told her no? She'd be like, okay.
Yeah, she would. She would at this point. Everything we've been through the last few years has changed a lot of that openness, I guess, as you call it. Plus we've been together for like 20 years, so we've been together for a long time, and like I'm not going to go into all. Me and my wife have a complicated relationship. There's a lot of things that have happened between us that I'm not going to go into on stream. But I'm just telling you, like, yeah, that would be a no today. But
okay, well, golly gee, you're really kind of giving me mixed signals. You said on the podcast maybe, and now it's a hard no. You're just getting my hopes up.
Well, if she watches,
do you want to meet Tyrone and meet him? He's a real nice guy.
I love how you're using Tyrone as it, to suggest a certain type.
Are you making assumptions? Are you making assumptions?
Because like the term Tyrone is a known is a known term in incel communities and cuckold communities as like a term for a what they call a black bull. So it's slang term.
That never crossed my mind at all.
Oh, I mean, it crossed my mind, but only because of the incel. Like in incel communities, it is that is like.
Should we do it with a different name?
They call them Chads and Tyrones. That's what they call them. Chads and
Tyrones. And use the word Chad instead.
I think this is an important question from Hank, and I want to get some thoughts. But my first instinct is, if you're waiting around to be picked, is that like women control the selection process or the birth the
They
birth
do.
process?
They
because my
do.
first thought is, why are you waiting around to be picked? Why don't you also go do you can pick just as much as
you can pick, but technically,
being a man,
strongly, that's illegal and it's really bad.
Right.
So
that's where I was going down this line of thinking, because I'm like, wait a minute, if it's a male and a female, that might not necessarily always work.
I think consent's kind of important, but maybe the rest of you disagree. I don't know. That's why I asked.
So you're asking, does it make sense to be mad if you weren't picked to be? So like the idea with, I mean, you can be frustrated. I think it's like perfectly valid to like be pursuing somebody.
I don't think you have to justify emotions.
And I will 100%. I will 100% jump in here and defend against that whole like that mentality that came out during the Me Too movement and shit like that about the nice guys thing. Like there are actual guys that are like the quote unquote nice guys that only act nice until they get rejected and they turn into complete dicks. But there are plenty of guys out there that literally are actually that nice and caring and actually do care about the woman and are actually doing everything they can not to
a lot
get
of times
sex.
Those are the boring ones.
They may very well be the case. They might be the boring ones, but at the same time, but they're not necessarily trying to get sex. They don't expect sex in return for. They're looking for companionship first, and they get typecast as like this at this thing in this thing where like they because like I've been that guy before. Like there was a girl that I was interested in. I didn't really care about having sex with her, but I really cared about her.
Are you an outlier in that regard?
I am probably an outlier, but I just know that there are guys out there that like that not every single quote unquote nice guy is really just an asshole in waiting. It's I mean, yes. I mean, is there some like desire to have sex on some level? Sure, but it's not necessarily about sex, right? It's sometimes for a lot of guys it's about companionship. It is about like, wanting to be there for that person. And the guys that get like what they call friend zoned, and like they get turned into like the pillow they cry on whenever like they get broken up with other guys and that kind of thing. And like, that really that's a very hurtful thing that women do to guys. And I don't think that is I think that there's a double standard there whenever.
You guys do it to girls?
You
guys, well, not really.
Not to the same degree. And though it also, I will say, that sort of both of those sort of like nice guy stereotypes, in my experience, both come from like the nerd communities. Like you have your like quote unquote nice guys, and oftentimes they're very nerdy, and then you have your like actual nice guys who are also the nerds. Like this is very much like I'm not saying that this doesn't come outside of those communities, but from what I've seen, a lot of the people who sort of fit those stereotypes tend to be within like the nerdier crowds. Both kinds, the like actual nice guys and like quote unquote.
So like if you see a nerd, they could be a legitimate nice guy, or they could be a phony nice guy.
No. What I'm saying is that the whole nice guy phenomenon in my experience happens predominantly within nerd communities. That like you'll have both, like, not that nerds are inherently those like nice guys,
but within the nerd community you find both types. The legitimately nice
and
the faux nice.
I wouldn't say I'm a nice guy in either sense.
I can also say that after being in a relationship for a long time, after being in a relationship and being becoming much more, coming into myself a lot more, becoming a lot more confident as a man, in terms of who I am and in my masculinity and stuff like that, I did end up attracting 2 or 3 different women that I was not even aware that I had attracted, because I was so used to being like the friend zone type that like I was friends with these girls and I had no idea until like way later that they were actually into me and they were actually flirting with me and stuff like that. And it caused like a lot of problems because like I didn't see it and everyone else did. And, and so, I mean, you can...
hours.
Was that?
Autism hours.
Yeah, autism hours. Exactly. I mean, I seriously, there was one girl in particular that like basically threw herself at me and I just did not see it. I had like whenever I think about, if I'm not going to tell the whole story, but like if I told the whole story, everyone would be like, bullshit, you didn't know. And even if I hear the story, I'm like, yeah, bullshit, I didn't know. There's no way I could have not known that, but I didn't. The truth is, I did not know. I was completely oblivious to this woman's actions towards me because I just had this assumption that women, besides my girlfriend, didn't find me attractive, and I just didn't. It didn't occur to me in any other way.
I think that has a lot to do with like male socialization. Men aren't really sort of socialized to see those kinds of hints from women.
Dude,
they're pretty obvious. The details are pretty obvious, but the thing is, and I want to play the stupid hot cold game. It's a stupid ritual. It's stupid. The ritual's just stupid.
No, I agree. The ritual is stupid.
Look. This is how far it went. This is how stupid I am. Okay, this is 100% me admitting how completely embarrassingly stupid I am. Okay, me and my wife, who at the time was just my girlfriend, but me and my wife, we had a fight. Okay, we had a really bad fight, and it was like one of those like really like I still didn't exactly understand what the fight had been about, but like. Yes, and my wife's right there, and she knows it. She knows what I'm talking about. I'm not embarrassed to talk about this for her because we've talked about it a million times. No, she doesn't care when I talk about this because she knows our history, and she's completely aware of it. Like me and my wife have a really good relationship. We talk about these kind of things. Yeah, like we've been together for a long time. So, but like we had a big fight, and like she wasn't talking to me. She had locked herself in her room. And I was having like an emotional breakdown about it because like I was like, my relationship, like my whole life that I built with her this is all over. This is all bullshit, and I was just like, I was crying and all this shit like that, right? And I laid down on my bed, on this bed in the guest room, right? And into like I normally slept in the bed with her, but I was sleeping I laid down this guest bed. We had a guest bedroom, and I laid down this guest bedroom, and this girl that I was talking about, the ones that was actually that actually had a big crush on me, she took off her clothes. Just down to her underwear. She didn't take off her underwear, but she stripped down to just bra and panties.
Oh, okay. So just down to her underwear.
Got into the bed with me and cuddled up behind me, and I was just oblivious to it. I was like, oh, look at like she's taking off her clothes. Oh well, and I fell asleep, and then my wife, my now wife, had walked into the room and seen that and thought that we had slept together and stuff like that, and that caused a whole other thing. But at the time, I was just like, I was so this was my birthday party. Okay, this was like my birthday party, and we were all drunk as shit.
Yep.
We were all, and a lot of us were like half stoned. Somebody had made pot brownies and shit. So we had been drinking, and we had pot brownies, and we were all fucked up, and I was like, and after all like the tears and everything, I was just emotionally exhausted. I just like fell asleep. I was not in like any kind of like lucid state, and I didn't even remember that this had happened with her taking her clothes off until like weeks later. Like it didn't even occur to me until weeks later, and it wasn't even to that point that I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, oh, she was trying to.
Wait a minute, hold up, wait. I'm sorry. Did you just say that a girl got naked in your bed? That wasn't your wife?
But to her underwear, yeah, to her underwear. And I was so distraught about this breakup type fight that we had, me and my wife, my now wife had. That I am that much of a freaking loser, and that much of a freaking I'm that oblivious that I just didn't even it didn't even occur to me that was what was happening. And I mean, like, and like I said, if you call bullshit on that, I understand entirely, because if I hear myself tell that story, I call bullshit on myself. I say, like, no fucking way, dude. No way, fucking way. You didn't know that. Like that's not even possible. You're fucking lying. But I know the truth. But at the same time, yeah, she got behind me in the bed, like she cuddled me or whatever. But like, there was no reason for her to take her clothes off. There was no reason for her to do that unless she was trying to like sleep with me, right? And like, and I just didn't. It didn't even occur to me as a possibility at the time. I was just like, I was so. Plus, once again, there's a lot of alcohol and there was drugs involved, so keep that in mind. Like, the alcohol and drugs do cloud your brain in ways that you can't even, like, like, so like alcohol, drugs, plus like a complete like this massive fight, plus like this emotional breakdown part of it, just contributed to this like state where I was like just completely oblivious of the fact that this girl was like coming on to me hardcore, and it didn't even occur. And then like after that night had happened, I didn't see her for like, and she didn't come around or hang out with us for like months after that. And it didn't even occur to, and it took like weeks and weeks for me to be like, oh my God, that's why she's not coming around. Because she basically threw herself at me and I didn't even like respond. I was just like, I just laid there just like I was like comatose and didn't even like respond to it. And so like, of course she didn't come around. She felt completely rejected and stuff like that. And like, to this day, like I still want to like punch myself in the face for not understanding what was happening at that point,
bro.
And
like,
I mean,
we all have those moments, dude. Like, I wish I could go back in time and just conquer all that potential and missed opportunity. And I feel
well,
like
no, I mean, I'm glad I didn't sleep with her.
Why do you
I
feel?
didn't sleep with her.
You would make a good relationship coach or something, bro.
I would make a good one.
I think so. Yeah, you have all that like wisdom and missed experience that you could use to help other people in those situations.
I'm a disaster in relationships. Don't you find that?
I know that's exactly why you'd make a
plumber with a
I'm
leaky
a disaster
faucet.
at life. Why do you think I'm a life coach?
I guess that makes sense in some kind of weird way. All right. Well, listen.
I mean, your first prescription is to put antler horns on. So it's the first thing you tell everybody. Like first you got these antler horns on.
Yeah, good idea. Very.
I mean, like, considering what's out there, Andrew Tate and all those other guys, I would much rather have somebody like you on the scene speaking to the people that need to hear that.
Okay, I'll give you advice. What seems to be trouble? Let's practice. Does anyone have any relationship trouble? Like, I'll help right now.
Yeah, I still want my question answered. I'll read it all again.
What is your question, sir?
Okay, does it make sense to be mad that you weren't picked to be a companion? If so, how would you solve it?
The question is, what does it
make sense to be mad that you weren't picked to be a companion? If so, how would you solve it?
How do you cope with being an incel?
No. It's that's a little bit disingenuous. It's how do you is it okay to be mad if somebody doesn't want to be in a relationship with you? Relationship being the broadest term. And if it is okay, how do you like deal with that?
Well, it has to be okay. Otherwise, it's like rape, right? So we're not gonna, so you have to. If someone doesn't want it, they don't want it. Well, the worst way is to get drunk, do drugs, play video games for hours, sit around and cry like a bitch. The best solution is obviously, eat healthy, go to the gym, get your gains up, and then go fuck some bitches. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much my point. But the thing is, I suspect a lot of these relationships happen to be more rapey than you would first expect. So that's my hypothesis.
What is it, Hank?
I think a lot of relationships happen to be more rapey than you first expect. That's why some of these relationships are so immature. Because
I don't know.
They're not built on consent. They're not built on.
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about, Hank.
I'm saying a lot of relationships that happen aren't actually built on consent. That's why they're so immature.
Bro, you're way out there. Like, that's
I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that. Like, I do understand. Like, I know relationships where consent is constantly, or old relationships where consent was constantly violated. Like, I do understand that is like a genuine issue. I don't think most relationships are built on non-consent, though. I think most relationships
I
are
wouldn't
built on
say
some
most.
form.
I wouldn't say most, but I'd say like maybe about 20% tops.
In America,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, if you want to talk about the world, you might be right. But like in America today, most relationships are formed on some form of mutual consent. Even if we can say that like some of it
I said most. I agree with you most. The mutual consent. I'm just saying.
I don't know what relationship.
Plurality that aren't.
I don't know what relationship is built on like some dude who's a predator who's just taking a woman's body or anyone's body against their wishes. Like that is not that. Like no.
Maybe it's with their wishes at first and just
so freaking rare.
Last that way. Like Andrea Dworkin had all of her. She's a renowned feminist. Had all her boyfriends beat her up. All of them.
And Andrea Dworkin.
Yes.
I mean, like.
Okay, hold on, please. Let me tell you something about these women, right? Let me tell you something about this. Every single woman you date is going to tell you the same fucking bullshit, and it's only at most 50% true, and it's really not. And they all say the same thing. My last boyfriend was abusive, spiritually, physically, mentally, verbally, and they paint this whole horrible picture. If whoever this woman is says all of her boyfriends were abusive, it's first off, it's not true. And let's just pretend it is true. Then there's something wrong with her. Then she's specifically searching them out for whatever reason. I don't believe her, right? You know, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, come on. It's a new day. It's a new life. Times, they are changing, and they have changed. And we are hip to these feminist lies. And Hank, you are not, sir. But I am going to get you hip to some game here that you can't trust these women. You cannot trust these women. They all say that shit. They want sympathy. Oh, I want a nice guy. They don't. And even if they're quote unquote abusive, I bet you she's throwing hands in his face. I bet you she's throwing plates at his head. I bet she is the freaking
nails across the chest
and nails. And I bet you the dude just can't take it anymore. He hits her one time because he can't take it because he's trying to defend himself. And he's abusive. Call the cops. He's in prison. These women are like that, man. They will do that. And when you get a hold of one of these, you got to freaking run because they'll keep pushing and they'll keep testing. And it's just, if you look into that crystal ball and you're like, this bitch really wants me to hit her. So I'll go to fucking jail. And you need to fucking run away from that. You need to get out of this situation.
I'm good at grappling. I'm not afraid of that.
Admittedly, Andrea Dworkin was born in 1946. So she would have been sort of like an adult and dating in the like 60s and 70s, back when the concept of like domestic abuse was a little bit more widespread in the United States. Not like, you know.
I think until 1983, you couldn't get a rape charge on your husband. I think.
Yes, that was. Was it 83?
I'm not sure.
I think marital rape is legally in some states.
Bro, if we're in a new age and everything's changed, what is the solution now? What's the path forward for men?
What is the path forward for men?
In the new age, in the new version of reality, the new change that we're in. You said we had changed.
The new version is, you know, I remember the first time I heard a girlfriend tell me, "Oh, my ex-boyfriend was abusive." Oh my God, I felt so bad. I wanted to like find this guy and like beat him up. It's like, how could you do this to my queen? Why, you know? And I really just took it hook, line, and sinker like a chump, like a fool. But nowadays, you know, you mentioned Andrew Tate and all this, and yeah, that's a bit much or whatever. You know, I'm not an expert on what he's selling or whatever his deal is, but the word is out now, and we've pierced the veil. Women are not these innocent little creatures.
I never thought they were. Oh, thank God!
I did
for the world to catch up to that.
But I did, Jen. You are, you know, you're immune to it by your gayness.
I grew up I saw it as a kid because I grew up with women. I saw that they were not.
Here's another secret.
I was on the end of all of their manipulations.
But listen, because you never wanted to put your pee-pee in their coochie, you didn't like fall prey to it. You have that immune system to that nonsense.
I did in other ways.
Yeah,
so
no, I absolutely like the girl that did that took off her clothes and stuff like that. I mean, in retrospect, it's very clear that what she was trying to do. She had an attraction to me for a while, and she was taking this opportunity of this fight that we had to try to get in between me and my wife,
out the window.
Yeah. And I was too out of it to see it. And if I had been able to see it, would I have gone through it? I don't think so. But I mean, who's to say? I guess. I mean, I was in a very vulnerable state.
Yeah,
I was in a very vulnerable state.
Yeah,
so,
here's another secret. Game doesn't work. I mean, Chris admittedly says he doesn't have game, and he's married. Game doesn't work.
Well,
come on, everyone.
How you define game? Either you got it or you don't.
Well, Chris doesn't have it. He's married, so it doesn't make a difference.
Also, game is really subjective to the person, right? So, like, different people are going to find different things attractive. It's like, it's kind of like using different fishing lures, right? Actually, yeah, it is kind of like using different fishing lures. If you want to catch certain kinds of fish, you got to use certain kinds of lures.
Yeah, you gotta use different size penis-shaped lures.
Yeah, you gotta, like, I mean, I imagine that like the Riz that I use to get my current girlfriend probably wouldn't have worked on everybody.
Well, okay, let's hear it. I want to hear it. Tell us how did you get your current one? You did something deliberate, like to attract a specific type of person?
I mean, not really. I just sort of like did like what I do. And
was this online or in person that you met?
Oh, we met online.
Okay.
So
it's like online Riz?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it would have worked.
You do have a good online game, I will say.
I mean, it admittedly, like, the I guess Riz that I use is pretty much the same as I use in real life. Because I mean, I have been reasonably, I have had a pretty full love life in basically my entire adult life. I don't think there's been long periods of time in my adult life where I haven't had a partner. Yeah, no, I mean,
and like healthy, successful partners.
For periods of time, obviously.
That is good. Then you're doing something.
They never, not all of them ended healthily, but like they, most of it were relatively fine.
Yeah. So midlife game is nonsense because Chris admittedly has no game. He's married. Lib, some people may call Lib a girly man, and he's picked all the time because that's what they're into right now. So game doesn't make a difference. Just other people's preferences.
I don't know what you'd like.
Same with you. Like, just go find somebody that has a preference for you.
Like,
and they're probably fictional because there's no one in this universe that can find has a preference for me. So I had to literally go.
Well, fictional characters. Not that you've found yet, but like,
yeah. So that doesn't mean and not that anyone else found either. So I literally had to go after fictional characters.
I don't
find
think
someone who's into me.
I don't think.
I don't know. I understand how that's so hard to understand. And if you have a counterexample, just show it to me.
Wait, so you need a girlfriend, Hank? Is that what's up? You start a dating show?
That's going to be your barrier.
Hank,
my barrier is what?
Hank, let's practice. Hank, I'm sorry, Chad. Do you want to talk?
No, go ahead. No, please go.
Hank, you and me practice. Are you ready?
Affirmative. Go.
Okay. So my name is Dating in 2024.
Dating.
And I have a service where I hook up dudes with chicks. And just pretend this is like your dating profile from like whenever. Just tell me what you're looking for in a woman.
A slut.
Okay. Well, that shouldn't be very hard to find. How about a fat slut?
Exactly my point.
You're off to a bad start, Hank.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Okay, so I can't have my preferences. My preferences are wrong, Chris.
No, okay. you can. It is worth noting that you should probably be a little more specific than slut.
How do you feel about
different connotations?
Okay, what do I have to pick from? What's the typology I get to select with?
How do you feel about fat sluts, Hank?
If they can move, that's fine. If they can't move, then it's a no-go.
How would you describe move?
Well, they can squat properly.
They can what?
They can still squat. And they can still. They have no problem just standing up from the ground, and they can squat still. They're not too fat for me. So
they have to be mobile. They can
walk.
Mobile.
Basically. Yes.
I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to find a fat slut. Have you tried Tinder? There's plenty of them.
Yeah, I did try Tinder.
So pull up.
It didn't work for me.
Jeff, this is great content. Pull up Hank's Tinder right now. Let's do that.
You can. They have it on browser. You want us to show you Tinder?
Hank, please.
I don't think.
Hank, I would highly recommend not using Tinder. I recommend going with
this is a fucking married guy. Married people, please sit down. You're successful. Congratulations.
So what I can say,
single people only. I know this is your half show or whatever.
Well,
I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Chris. I'm a dickhead. Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, I mean,
Hold on. What did Chris have to say?
I'm only speaking from there was a period in time.
Can you come back into the world though, out of the blur?
I guess I can. Do I have to?
Well, it's.
I was a little dizzy. That's why I laid down.
Well, no, okay. Just keep laying down. Can you go on Avatar? Maybe.
Yeah, I could do that.
I was going to say, well, really fast. Tinder is trash and a garbage fire. Don't use fucking Tinder. This might sound cringe to some people here, but I act like Bumble tends to actually be semi-decent.
Have you tried Bumble, Frank? I mean, Hank?
Negative.
You should.
Do it, dude. Seriously. I mean, that's actually strangely almost sage advice. Don't count Tinder out though, but definitely.
I mean, yeah, maybe don't count it out, but like
you get more response from Bumble because the bitches have to respond to you. That's the whole thing about Bumble.
Yes.
If they don't respond, then they lose it.
They have to actually. You have to respond to every single person that messages.
No. The whole thing about Bumble is that the women have to instigate the conversation that men on the thing don't instigate the conversation.
So how do the gays fit in here?
Just stay on Grindr. Just stay off our platform, please.
Well, no, they're invading. Grindr's like half women and trans now. There's hardly any guys on Grindr.
Yeah, there's tons of
there's women on Grindr looking for what?
Yeah, there's trans. Yes.
Yeah, there's trans women.
They're queer.
Lesbo Grindr.
Queer women.
Yeah, that's the thing about Grindr. But I mean, with Bumble,
I mean, are they even gay? It's like they don't even want to be gay. They're women on Grindr. It's like, you're not gay, you fucking queer.
Well, first off, it's usually like straight trans women who are on Grindr.
So wait, say this again.
Straight trans women.
You mean trans women?
Yes, you do.
So no, not all trans women are straight.
Oh god, this is a double negative. So we're talking chicks with dicks that want
dudes.
What?
Guys.
They want dicks.
They want dudes.
Okay. Okay.
Like
well, trans women on her. I could see that.
But that's
got it.
But and anyways, what I was saying is that on Bumble, I believe that if two guys match, then it just works like any other dating website, which is weird. I'm not a big fan.
So guys can be on it. They just don't have the same rules that the women have.
Yes. However, one thing that I have noticed on using Bumble, as weird as it is, as weird as that like rule is, it actually does mean that you get more interaction from the people that you're talking to, because like the people who message you are like people who like want to talk to you. So like you get better back and forth.
I do that now.
Just be prepared that if you go on any of these sites, just be prepared that you're going to get mostly scam messages.
That's not true. It's not true.
Well, it's not as true on Bumble. True. It is true on Tinder though. Tinder is like half full of, at least several years ago when I used it. It was.
I would say Plenty of Fish has got the same issue. Match.com has the same issue.
Plenty of Fish is the worst.
We should do a panel dating thing, like speed dating or blind dating.
We should
hook up behind avatars, and they could have a dialogue, and at the end they could reveal themselves, and the person decides if they want to date them or not.
Hank, do you have an active Tinder profile right now?
Hell no, because it's a waste of time.
It's not a waste of time, dumb.
Yeah, it is a waste of time because it's going every day, scrolling and sending messages,
Where are you
paying pay to win, just to send more messages for no responses is a waste of my time.
Listen,
I could do
5 minutes
else.
a day of swiping is not a waste of your time. If it gets
yes, it is. We don't get
if it gets you a piece of ass in the end, it's not a waste of time. 5 minutes
gets frustrating after a while.
Yeah, when they don't get a response for a month, when I get bots, it's a waste of my time.
It just reminds you of how futile it is and how inadequate you are.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Which is
why I'm. Are you fat? Stand up, Hank. Let me see your full body.
No, Hank.
Walk back. Take my shirt off.
Yes, take your shirt off.
He has some drip.
He's got the drip.
Let's rate you.
This is it right here. Clip this.
Are you bald?
There we go.
Look at this. Look at these.
Oh no, damn.
Okay, hey, just
stand
clip
back.
this. That's all you need. You have your profile right here.
Stand back, dude.
Walk back, Hank.
Wow, I wasn't even expecting this. Hank, you are a whiny bitch because you have nothing to complain about.
Dude. Look,
if you can't get laid,
do some more push-ups, eat a little less, and shave your fucking head. You're like
chain.
bald. Stop wearing the hats. Like, bro, from a bald dude to a bald dude, just shave your hair. Give it up. And you're not ugly.
I know I'm not ugly.
And you're strong.
Everyone like to make a bunch of assumptions because they don't know anything.
Yeah, but we didn't know this was hiding under all the hats and the polos and all that.
I mean, Jeff and Lib are masturbating right now, just looking at your picture. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Look, hand check, Lib. Hand check. Lib won't show his hands because
hand check. I got hand checks.
Yeah, so Lib is jerking off. I hope you don't mind. I mean, it doesn't make you gay if a gay person jerks off to your
it doesn't make a difference.
Okay, that's right. That's right. So don't worry about it. But listen, to all you freaks and outliers and exile, peace, love, and happiness to all. I gotta go and take it easy, y'all.
Yeah, take it easy,
bro.
All right, and if you ever get Hank's Tinder profile up, I think that would be like the best freaking content.
No, I deleted it because it wastes my time.
Yeah.
Okay, get him up on Bumble. Try Bumble.
Yeah.
Hank, this is your new panel. I would use this as your new panel look. Seriously.
Don't complain about not getting cooch and you're not even on Tinder, bro.
Like,
Calcott's coming up. Try it on him.
I think Hinge is also pretty good. You can try Hinge as well.
Well,
I haven't done it.
Well, okay. I guess to answer my question, you can't complain, even though a bunch of people do complain.
No, you absolutely can complain. Like, that's absolutely valid to be like mad that somebody who you're interested in isn't interested back. It's like that anger. You probably shouldn't use that anger onto them because they are freely making their own choices. But like, you can internally be angry. In fact, be frustrated.
I think it's kind of stupid. I think I should have the rapist mentality, so I think it's stupid.
Oh, no. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it gets more to that if you're angry at the person. And now if you're just internally frustrated, I think that's a normal human reaction to rejection. That's perfectly fine and acceptable. You can't if someone rejects you and you go, "Oh yeah, you stupid fucking bitch," that's the weird stuff.
I think that's stupid too. I don't have control with their.
I don't know why.
I don't have control of their thoughts. I think that's stupid too.
Yeah, no, I think the big thing is that making sure that I think the anger gets more valid the more manipulated you get. Like if somebody is for instance leading you on for a long time and then rejects you, I think that is worse than somebody who you're just interested in and then they just reject you. I think those are two different situations, and I think different responses are valid, but I think it's perfectly fine to be frustrated and angry. It's just, it is healthier for you to then process that frustration and anger, accept it, and move forward is usually the healthier thing. Because if somebody rejects you, it sucks. As somebody who has been rejected more often than I would like to admit, rejection sucks, but the big thing is just
plus everyone gets rejected, even the Chads and the super rejected guys, they get rejected too. They just play the numbers game.
I do more rejecting than rejecting. So if I'm doing it too, I can't get too pressed if somebody's doing it to me. I've done just as much rejecting as I've gotten rejected. It's part of the game.
Yeah, no, same. Yeah, I've had a number of gay guys especially will be very usually
we want gay, not trans.
Well, this was I'm talking about like before I realized I was trans. Like this was like back when
Why were they rejecting you for?
No. I was rejecting them.
Oh, you were rejecting them.
Because I wasn't.
So you started out as a normal gay boy, just like going to gay bars and dating other guys?
To a certain degree. I've dated a couple guys. Admittedly, only a couple. I've dated more women than I have men, though.
Like women or trans women?
So I have dated more cis women than anything else. Yes.
Okay. Vagina women.
Yes.
Okay.
Females.
Yes.
Yeah, females.
I just whenever I'm like talking about women and I instead say female, it just gets a little, I don't know. That sounds weird to me. Like I just
every time someone says female,
it's like when they used to say homosexual instead of gay. It sounded clinical back then.
Yeah, it's like
just call it gay. It's just a lot easier to say gay.
Like again, that's my at least take on that. That's just why I use women broadly and don't.
And I actually don't care enough, so I'm willing to go with your preference on this. Believe it or not, I just want to get it. That we can agree on.
Yeah, no, yeah, and like for me, like it just. Again, like it's not that I guess actually I have been approached by more women than men. Just like with the men, it usually comes more out of the blue. Like I've been approached by men who I barely know.
Just like, grab your butt?
No, not like that. But like they've come up and like taught and expressed interest in sexual or romantic things.
Online or in person?
No, in person. And I'm like, I don't
in
know
Seattle, in this part of the country, I've never seen.
No. In Tennessee. This is back in Tennessee. This was like years ago.
All right.
I'm talking about like. I guess sometimes I think about it like as if it's more recent in my head, but like in reality, it was back when I was like 23 and 24, and it was like 4 years ago. So not actually that recent, but yeah. Whereas I guess with women, like usually when if I would get proposed to or something like that, it was like somebody who I was good friends with, had been good friends with for some time, yada, yada, yada. But that's how most of my relationships go. Usually like I become friends with someone and then weeks or months later.
It like that's the next level beyond friendship. That's how it is for me. It's you meet, friendship, and then the friendship deepens, and then that's like the next layer of depth after that.
Yeah, but like it's usually like a pretty easy step. Also, like I tend to be relatively flirty with my friends, anyways, which is it's just the kind of like person I am. But so you usually, I mean,
I'm the opposite of flirty. That thing is.
I mean, I will be very open with my friends and tell them that I think they're attractive. I've had many friends who, I mean, I wouldn't not have sex with them, but we just never had that kind of relationship. But they were definitely like physically attractive enough for me, and like for me, like I don't know, I find like.
You let them know if someone's physically attractive. You like signal that, hey, I find you attractive.
Yeah, usually, especially if they're like, especially if they're like a good friend. I particularly like doing no. I particularly like doing this with like my male friends, because I know like for a lot of men, hearing that they are attractive is something that is not as common in their life, and not just like in like a sexual way, right?
I always think good looking men know they're good looking and hear it all the time, so that if I tell them, I'm not telling anything they haven't heard 100 times before, and I'm just one more person in their life telling them what they already know. So I don't even bother to tell them.
See, you think that, but like I have one friend who, I mean, like, look, okay, I'm gonna be 100, all right? He is really, really attractive, and to the point where like he has girls falling over themselves, like trying to like get with him and go on dates.
You gotta know that.
No. I had multiple, because he would come to me and be like, I feel like I'm so ugly and inadequate, and he'd be like, oh look, I got this little stomach pooch and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, you are like a 9.5 out of 10, like on every scale. Like, dude, you are a catch.
Does he have like body dysmorphia or something?
To an extent. He also like has some like mental issues. He has BPD. He takes medication for it, but like he has some, some mental health issues and stuff like that, which doesn't help with his self-esteem. And I mean, like a lot of young men, just kind of has shit self-esteem. But like, and he's gotten better. Like, admittedly, he's my age now, so like, he's much more into his own now. But like, I'm talking about when we were like 16 to like 22. Like, that was like his really period of where like he really struggled with like his own like self-image and stuff like that. But that's a thing that I see with men. And Banks trans is not a catch. To my knowledge, I don't think he's dated any trans people.
I don't know what one has to do with the other though. Like B has to do with sleeping with trans people.
Yeah, and also for what it's worth, I actually don't think he's had sex at all yet.
Who is this? Why are we talking about him? Who is?
Oh, he's one of my friends. He's my friend who I was saying had like is very attractive, and yet his own internal view of himself is like of being not attractive.
Oh yeah. Oh right, like imposter syndrome or body dysmorphia or something.
Yeah.
That
yeah. So something. Yeah.
But how he seems like the exception, because I would think most guys in his situation would be like, yeah, I know, I got it going on. I like, so I don't like to feed that.
I mean, he's just the most extreme example. I've known I have a number of other friends who are also like, attractive. Like they're like normal attractive people, and yet like their own like perception is that they aren't attractive. And a lot of times they also don't get told that they're attractive, like very often at all, if ever.
I don't believe that. I think attractive people.
Well, I mean,
I don't think it's good to tell good-looking people too much that they look.
Okay, so I'm making a distinction between being told by like people who you're not partners with and people who you are partners with. I do think
like
that there's
like walking down the street. Hey, you look hot, dude.
Well, not just like you look hot, but like, damn, you're looking good. I like your shirt. I like your hat, or whatever, stuff like that. Those kinds of like compliments are things that in my experience, men just aren't used to getting as often as women do. And that's one of the things that I like to try to do with like my male friends.
Does it work? Does it make them like notice you and like, oh, this person's complimenting me, let me give her some extra attention and see if I'm interested?
I mean, maybe. I mean, that's possibly been. I
it seemed like simping. It. Like to me, it seemed like simping. Like, I mean, if someone did that to me, I would be more turned off. I'd be, this person's needy. They're just trying to flatter me. And,
well, yeah, but I mean, like,
that's what Tarek does.
That's usually I'm usually not trying to like sleep with them. Like, I'm fine with like them not wanting to sleep with me. Like, if that comes off as simping, I guess that's fine. But
no, I'm just saying it would come across like, to me if I tried to do it.
Like, I'll simp for my friends. All right, I will absolutely simp for my friends. I, broadly speaking, I do think that people deserve to be told that they're like attractive and worth something and worth it.
I don't even think attractive people should exist. I hate people that look too good.
Maybe it's just that I think a lot of people look good, so that might be the distinction. Which is I think largely just due to my like bisexuality. Like, I just find a lot of different kinds of people attractive. So that might have
I don't ever initiate. I always let the other person make, because I don't know how to read stuff. So I figured if they initiate, at least I can handle my end of it better than they could probably handle it if I initiate it. So it's just easier to let them initiate.
Yeah, no, I mean,
then I can go from there. I'm much better at reacting to them than I am at getting people to respond to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. I can count on one hand the number of times where I've actually attempted to instigate sort of that kind of conversation and stuff. Most of the relationships I've been in have been other people being like, "Hey, I like you.
Yeah.
Do you like me?"
Most of mine just happened. I wasn't even looking for relationships. But now with the online stuff, they make it easy though. You could like a profile, or send them a little wink or something that lets them know, and then if you match, that's the starting point. And even that is better than trying to figure out in person.
Yeah, I taught myself how to do cold approaches and small talk. So I meet a lot of people. It's just not a lot.
Do you have like a park where you could go run or roller skate or something?
I have multiple
parks. And just some little athletic shorts. Hank, by the time you got to your house that afternoon, you would have your pick.
That's unfortunately that's not exactly how that works.
That's not how it works.
That's not how that works. It's gonna work if
you need to be in you need to be in like places where it's, I think, more socially acceptable to sort of interact with you. I mean, parks are fine. Like, I'm not saying parks are like the most antisocial place, but like there are definitely places where people are more inclined to interact with each other.
Do they have like roller skating night, disco bowling?
Yeah, stuff like that. Actually,
there's old people there. I don't care.
Yeah,
there's old people and children there. I don't care.
Yeah, that is mostly.
Are the fat sluts even going to be in the park? Where are they going to be?
No, they're not going to be in the park.
Can you like do the run in the park and then stop by McDonald's on your way home and make a quick run through McDonald's? But keep your shirt off.
Yeah.
You just got through. Like, have your little rag to like wipe your sweat off, and then make a quick run through McDonald's.
Yeah, I go to the park like multiple times a week. Otherwise, I won't be able to stay in shape for work. So it's not like, have you been to a park before? Of course.
Well, we watched part of a video the other day that P.F. Young did on Therians. People that, in fact, I might be with the Therian, with the antlers. That might even be
a Therian. What's a Therian?
Yeah, it's non-human species, and they used to be called otherkin.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The requirement is that you have to have involuntary non-human experiences, so they can't be willed. And
so you had to be tackled by a dolphin. Well, how does that work?
No,
it could be a dolphin Therian, but it would have to be involuntary. You would just have to like randomly have an experience when they have something non-human that was dolphin-like, whatever that is. She didn't really go into specifics.
Admittedly, I will say the otherkin stuff is relatively terminally online. Like
that's how the trans stuff seems to me.
It's young people on template. Yeah, except trans people, like
at least all the little micro divisions.
What micro divisions are you talking about?
The AGP, the transgender, the socially trans but not surgically trans, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
that's just like I said, growing up, it was a medical condition. It was addressed with surgery. It was identified usually at a very early age, et cetera. So it was. That's now anything's trans.
Well, no. So what you're talking about still exists,
but it's a subset of something larger that now has other subsets that make it up. Whereas before, that was the totality of the category.
I don't think that's the case. In fact, I think what it is that we've learned that gender dysphoria is not the only indicator of being transgender. And in fact, that it's not the best indicator of being transgender.
Yeah, and you were, and I'm interested in that, but you were also using this as part of a larger point, and I don't want that to get lost either.
Oh yeah, the larger point was like that broadly. That sort of like otherkin stuff is like, it's people online. It started like on Tumblr, and now it's
that's where
everywhere now. But it's I mean, trans people have kind of existed for a long time.
The modern trans stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, that's because like Tumblr is the place where like a lot of young like progressive people sort of like on the internet.
To the rest of us that are not on Tumblr, a lot of weirdness started on Tumblr.
I mean, I barely use Tumblr, like use Tumblr. So like that's not really where I got any of this. I just, being a young person on the internet, am aware of the stuff on there. But like the otherkin stuff it's ultimately like harmless. It's kind of cringe, but like,
yeah.
What is life without cringe? Like, everyone's a little cringe.
I can go without cringe. Like I could have a perfectly enjoyable life and never experiencing cringe and have it probably be better than.
I mean, but you're doing cringe. Like literally at this moment, you're wearing fucking antlers, Jeff. That is.
So I'm giving other people cringe. Okay.
That is a little cringe, but that's fine. Cringe isn't like something that's like inherently like bad or evil.
Isn't that like the ones who it's cringe for? Isn't that filtering out the ones that probably are not going to be productive to have in my life anyway? And then the ones that don't experience the feeling of cringe.
Yeah.
I've narrowed down the amount of, and then from there I can filter out.
Yeah, that's actually you've hit the nail on the head on probably the major social usefulness of cringe. Sure, I agree.
How to use cringe.
Yeah, yeah. Like I mean that's kind of how I am. Like I am unabashedly myself. Regardless of whether or not people find it cringe, whatever part of me people find cringe, whether it's that I'm openly transgender, whether it's because I'm a huge fucking nerd, whether it's because I'm a mega huge fucking nerd.
It's your care in this. It's your moral self-righteousness and your I don't even want to say paternalism, like your maternalism.
I think that's just. I think you largely think that because
especially when you're half my age, so it looks
I'm
a little
open
weird
to. I'm open to saying I'm not a kid. Thank you. I think it's just because you
remember that when you get my age and you talk to someone 26. But go ahead.
I mean, sure. Well, okay, but Jeff, like, hang on, really fast.
I'm not going to get to your point if we go down this rabbit hole. I want to get your first point, and then we
because I do want to hit this. I've wanted to hit on this for a while.
Please just give me that original point so I can clear that off my brain, and then we can go down this.
Okay. My original point is otherkin stuff is really cringe. Ultimately, though, it's okay. It doesn't really hurt anybody. Let people do whatever they want. Doesn't hurt anybody.
Okay, until they start pushing it, like they did with because that was everybody's position on the trans stuff until they started pushing it and writing it into HR policies, and everybody's walking on eggshells to make sure they're not offending the trans people or getting accused of transphobia because there could be real life consequences, both social and professional, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, because like the whole trans issue.
Now, when you have to pretend like somebody's a cat, remember who started this norm.
Yeah, sure. Like I'll be with you if people are like, oh yeah, you need to like treat this person as a cat. Like, yeah, no, I don't think I should.
You will be with us.
I will be. Like that's I'm not.
All right.
Yeah, but I do think there is something fundamentally different from the whole trans thing and otherkin. I do think there are fundamental differences.
Okay.
But what
I was to address the kid thing.
Yeah. So, do you think then that if somebody were 80 years old and were to say to you, Jeff, you just haven't had enough life experience. I'm a communist, trans communist, and you just haven't had enough life experience to deal with this. Do you think that would be like a valid like argument for them to make, against your positions? Because they're older than you. They objectively have more life experience.
Your question. If whatever they told me, I would take it under consideration and then either agree to it or dismiss it. I wouldn't have to like make a big deal about it and get burned over it.
No. What I'm saying is that you seem to what your statement implies is that you having more life experience than me necessarily makes your position.
So that inferred.
Sorry,
so you don't attribute it to me.
I am inferring that your argument is that because you have more life experience, that makes your positions more stronger or more valid than mine because you are older than me. Which, if you were to logically apply this,
no, it's exactly what you just said, not the older part, the life experience part. And you would say that about any profession where somebody had 20 years of experience in that profession versus somebody with no experience in that profession.
See, you can trust a politician because they're so old.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. There are caveats to that, right? So, like, for instance, if somebody was in,
I know what I meant when I said it. If you want to add caveats to it, go ahead. But I said what I said, and I hope that my meaning was clear when I said it.
No, your meaning was clear. I definitely got your meaning.
Apparently not.
What I'm saying, though, is that if someone were to say have more life experience than you broadly, and then they were to tell you you're wrong, do you think that would be a argument, a stronger?
That would be their opinion. I'd be like, okay,
no, yeah.
Let me match it up to does what they're saying make sense? No, my experience to me. Okay, well then I can ignore them. I have more experience.
So what I'm saying is that
and it would happen silently in my head. They wouldn't even know that process was happening.
Sure. What I'm trying to let you know is that your statement that I just have more life experience than you, therefore, like,
which came from you. That was your effort. All I said was that you were half my age. I said keep in mind that you're half my age.
Wait, but why did you say that though? Can you tell me why you said that?
What was the original topic that I said that about?
Oh, it was just about that I. Oh, it was about the. Well, it was largely about the. It was about the what's it called? The otherkin thing. I said that I think that there's something fundamentally different, and you said, "Oh, well, just wait until you're my age, then you'll understand."
No, I said wait until I called you kid, and you said you're 26, you're an adult or something. And I said wait until you're my age, and you're talking to somebody 26.
I would
love
the
other kid.
Yeah, what I would do is be cheeky and find someone his same age or older that would disagree with him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that if there was someone,
I evaluate people's opinion regardless of their age. Like if I'm talking to Dolbez who's 18, or I'm talking to Joe Koo who we don't even know his age, but let's pretend he's 84. I'm going to evaluate each individual opinion they tell me on its own merit. I'm not going in my mind. I'm not going to say, "Oh, he's 18. I'm going to take him less serious." Joe Cool's 84. I'm going to give him more weight. Half the time, Dolbez makes more sense than Joe Cool. So age doesn't even come into it. I can evaluate each claim on its own merit.
But this isn't the first time you've mentioned the age thing, where like there's been multiple conversations where you've said, "Oh, well,
you're trying to make more of it than it is."
Well, it's because this is a thing that you've.
Do you have a complex about your age?
No, it's because I have a complex about people implying that because they are older that they necessarily.
Quit inferring it. That's all you have to do. If
it's other people.
Comes from, then stop inferring it, and poof, your complex is gone.
Well, so other people will not just infer it. Like I'm not just inferring it.
But I was helping you deal with it on your end. I'm not worried about what other people. You said you had a problem with it, so I'm telling you how to solve the problem for yourself.
Oh, no. I have a problem with it from like a logic perspective, right? Like it doesn't like logically jive, right? To say that like
the argument from experience.
It's argument from age, less so the argument from experience.
You yourself even framed it as having more experience. So let's go with that.
Well, that's
because the argument from experience.
Here's the issue.
I've never made the claim that because I'm a certain age.
There's an issue with that.
I've always based it on the experience that comes from being that age.
Here's the big issue. Just having experience doing the same thing is not as good as less experience doing a variety of things. I mean, there's people at my workplace like double, triple the length and just done one thing for the whole time they were there. So
that can be very sufficient.
It's not sufficient.
Yeah. The example that I was going to give is that there are, like in the sign industry, there are people who have been doing this job for like 40 years. Okay. I actually do know a guy who's been in the sign industry for 40 fucking years. But like, just because he has 40 years of experience does not necessarily mean that all of that experience transfers over to like stuff that we're doing today, right? Like he'll talk about like
I never said it did.
Mm-hmm.
I know all of it. What you say? I never said contrary to that.
Yeah, so age.
I can offer the experience, and you can decide how much of it is useful to you and take it or leave it. But I can offer the experience.
Sure.
Just like the sign guy, and then y'all can figure out how much of it is useful to you.
Yes, but often the attitude, I
don't care about that. I don't care about your feelings or this invisible added subjective attitude that everybody has a different experience of. I only care about my words, what I intended to say, and if your distortion field made it come across a different way, then you can sort that out. And
admittedly,
I can dialogue with you to do it, but I don't care about the emotions around it.
Admittedly, while everyone does have different experiences of things, this is a thing that, especially like people my age, oftentimes have very similar experiences with.
Anything. You're the first one your age that's ever mentioned it as an issue. So
that is okay.
First off, half the people I talk to on these streams are from your generation.
Maybe
none of them ever bring it up.
Maybe to you, this is the first time you have heard it. The lib will be different.
Well, I mean, anything about what people do behind my back.
I mean, I guarantee that I'll be different in 10 years too, because a 38-year-old me is different than a 28-year-old me. Yeah, I agree. But like, this is also a thing that actually people from your generation I have heard complain about from when they were younger. Was that when they were sort of like younger and sort of in sort of the age that people my age are now, people who are older would often sort of like blithely sort of dismiss their opinions or experiences because they're just too young, you know.
That bothered you? That bothers you?
Oh, yeah, because it is an illogical.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that's kind of snowflakey to me. Maybe this.
I'm sorry that I'm sorry that logic feels like snowflakey to you, but like.
I'm still trying to understand the logic part was that there's an assumption that because somebody's a certain age, they have access to certain knowledge or insight. Like there's an epistemological advantage to being that age. Just like the woke think if you're at the bottom of the oppression period, you have some insight that the rest of us don't have. That's not what I'm saying. My argument is that it's from experience, not from age. And I think you're conflating the two. So when I talk about younger, older, etc., I'm talking about more and less experience, not necessarily numbers. And I think it's valid to argue from experience. So I don't see the logic.
I think it can be. It's just important to make that distinction because I think the
well, like I said, you're the only one that's struggled with it so far. So I'm making
fine.
It
then I will go.
In the future, you have the distinction clarified.
I will go
but
on the
no
internet.
one else has had an issue with it. So.
I will go on the internet and I will find 1,000 examples of people talking about this exact same thing, and then you'll just say, "Well, I don't know any of them."
No,
so it's not a problem.
I guess I probably will say, "I don't know any of them," because none of them say it to me. So. All it will have confirmed is that yes, it does. It is out there. It happens to some people.
That's what I'm saying.
You are the only person so far that has made. How long have we been doing a 20-something minute issue about it?
For what it's worth, it's been a 20-minute frustrating issue because you kind of started by sort of like saying, "Oh, it's just you're just upset and fragile."
Yeah, it could have been you just let go. What did I say? Like keep in mind you're half my age or something, and the conversation could have continued. But for some reason, it set something off in you that took us down this entire trail about age.
Oh, it's because you have in the past said a very similar.
Why didn't you say something in the past where I could?
I mean, most of the time it's because the conversation like moved past it really quickly. And I didn't really get a particularly chance to. And this is just one of those times where I felt I had a chance to actually discuss it with you.
Will you do it in the future, like if it happens again, so I can see it?
Probably,
again?
yeah.
Okay, because that's what helps me the most, if I can catch it while it's happening.
Yeah, and admittedly, I will say this was definitely one of. I did actually just a second ago. I went back and re-listened to the thing that set it off, and this was definitely on my end one of the lesser examples. Like, you are right, this was definitely you were not making the exact argument that I was saying you were making, that I believe you have made in the past.
I think this happened yesterday too. There's a pattern to this, because I've heard you on other streams describing what I'm saying. I remember thinking, he's not hearing me right at all. That is not what I'm saying. So this is a pattern in the communication where I think it's meeting, like all the dolphins are catching all the fish, and then I find out later that no, this part didn't hit, this part got misinterpreted, this part got taken the wrong way, etc. And I never know in the moment when it's happening, because between us it seems like a communication flows.
Well, I mean, largely because like usually in these panels, like I let a lot of things like slide with a lot of people on these panels, mostly because usually there's a lot. Yeah, no. Like, it's healthy. Like, I'm not gonna like respond. Like, midlifebrologic like says shit all the time, and I just usually ignore half of them because it's just me repeating the same shit. But like, a lot of times it's also just because there's a bunch of people on the panel, like the conversation moves fast, and like it feels like I'm like breaking up the conversation by being like, no, stop, we need to deal with this now. It's not like that big of an issue. It's just something that I have noticed because I've noticed it, and I've noticed other people noticing it.
Yeah, this is kind of a chaotic panel to begin with. People that come here to it that expect orderly conversation and where no interruptions are just in the wrong panel. I don't know how to help them. If there was a way to put a sign on the door, I would.
Actually, I would say I think this place is like a weird form of like, I guess, like ordered chaos almost. Like there is chaos.
I used to tell employers that I order chaos. That was one of my skill sets.
Yeah, like it's this big thing. Like, definitely, like people will like interrupt people, but also there is like on these panels usually there's like an actual flow to a conversation. It's not just like a bunch of people like screaming at each other. Usually it's like people having a flow, interrupting each other, and continuing the flow, and it's a nice little environment. I actually like it.
Yeah. Well, good. Thanks. I'm trying to keep it like a third place.
Yeah. No, it definitely does. It feels like I'm going. It definitely has like the vibe of like going to a coffee shop, or like in my example, or in my instance, it feels very much like I'm going to like my local game store and hanging out with a bunch of people. And like,
I'm trying to make it more coffee shoppy and less game store.
Well, I mean,
there is a room in the back for the gamers.
Yeah, there you go. But I mean, like,
and there is a cam that we stream from back there often. But when I was doing my autism work in real life, I said very early, if I ever had the opportunity, I would want to open a coffee shop for autistic people, because one thing that helped us as gay people was we had the gay bars where we could come, be ourselves, meet other people like ourselves, organize, etc. And the neurodivergent community needs something like that. And coffee shops would be a perfect way to provide that. So the fact that this feels like a virtual coffee shop or third place, there's no higher compliment.
Yeah. No, I
exactly what I set out to do. And I'm just thrilled that somebody is experiencing it.
Yeah. I mean, it also just could be like my ADHD. So like this kind of panel fits with how like my brain kind of works. So like listening to it, like I can follow along relatively easily. Oh yeah, no, midlife, I like you too. You should stick around. Unironically,
yes, like we need more masculinity. More, definitely.
Well, don't worry. I provide a good.
No, nothing against you. Nothing against anybody.
No, really. No. I know.
And it really, that statement came from, I think in society in general, we need more masculinity and positive
Positive
masculinity, positive representations, etc. So that was like a really broad general, not even about.
I actually even agree. I think like there aren't enough really big positive male role models.
No,
I don't think. Like, I mean, there are some, and
because part of that came from an initiatory tradition that we just don't have anymore, and haven't for a while.
Yeah.
So the ones that are like the ones we still have, I'm interested how they got there.
Yeah.
And I bet there was some kind of mentor figure in there somewhere, and then finding ways to help other people get there.
Yeah.
So that there's more of us.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a few, and like a lot of times they're usually just like celebrities and stuff, or like actors. I do think there are a lot of very positive male role model actors. Okay, maybe not a lot, but like I can think of like off the top of my head, like Keanu Reeves, Keanu Reeves. That's how you say it. Keanu Reeves, Tom Hanks, I think is actually I think he's a decent guy, and if you ever like listen to him talk, I think he's a very, very good, funny, like dad vibe. Which
I wonder how many like I'm trying to think how many people from my generation modeled their ideal of masculinity off of Tom Hanks. Though probably not many.
I also think there's like there was an issue, especially with people who are a little bit older than me, and their lack of good male role models, and a lot of this has to do with a lot of the this was sort of like during the peak age of like not reality TV, but like sitcoms and stuff, and there are a lot of male characters who are
problematic.
I mean, not even problematic. Like, okay, people always go to, what was the tool guy that did the
Tim Allen.
Yeah. I mean, Tim Allen's fine. He's
I never
fine.
really watched him,
but like the character on the show is a very poor male role model because of the way that a lot of sitcoms were designed in like the late 80s and early 90s, which is to like have the men be like buffoonish and like stuff like that, and not be like, and I mean, like there are definitely like positives. I think King of Queens is actually a good one. He's a little buffoonish, but like in a very like cute way, and he's actually like a decent person and stuff like that.
That's solid.
But
same here. I didn't grow up with a dad either, and most of my role models came from rock musicians. Like Lou Reed was a big one. Mm-hmm. Sonic Youth was a big one. Like my older contemporaries that people were making rock music. A lot of them were slackers. Look at me today. So I got that male role modeling through art. And because music was the medium that spoke to me the most, a lot of them came from musicians.
Yeah.
A lot of the like Jim Morrison, Michael Girard from the Swans, a lot of them were like bad boys or lost boys that had found their way to music, so you could relate to the experiences that they were singing about. And they weren't, if you looked at their life, if you look at Lou Reed's biography, he's not anybody I would want as a role model for my children. He was a junkie. He abused women. He cheated on his wife. He was actually, I think, married or dated a transsexual for a while. He was bisexual himself. Not that those are negatives, but like he had a lot of problems growing up. He was in a mental institution for a while. So there's experiences I could relate to. But at the same time, he wasn't what I would say is the best role model. But when you get to know him through his music, it's a whole different picture and a different story. So that was where I got my male role modeling. But I think there were better versions of it that I could have gotten in real life that would have helped me on like have a better practical life now. But aesthetically, artistically, identity wise, I don't regret getting it from music and people like Lou Reed.
But like even, oh God, what's that one? It's a old black and white show about that dude who's a cop and it's his family.
Dragnet?
Oh my, no, Leave It to Beaver. That's the show.
Oh yeah.
Like things like that are things that I don't think like we have, because like
even then, like Leave It to Beaver was the like it was the joke version of the 50s ideal. Like even in my generation, we were using Leave It to Beaver to joke about how ridiculous the 50s model was.
Well, I mean, unironically, like Leave It to Beaver is I would say relatively, it's a very idealistic view of the 50s, but like that's fine. It's media.
That was our parents' ideal. We even saw it as kids.
Yeah,
like
obviously, like Leave It to Beaver. You didn't have like hundreds of thousands of men going around acting like the dad from Leave It to Beaver, but that guy was a pretty big male role model
for a lot of people.
For a lot of people, and that was good because like
I would do anything for a Leave It to Beaver life now. Like that's
yeah, like that kind of stuff. And
Bill
we just
was in the 80s.
Who?
Bill Cosby.
Yeah, that kind of fell off a little bit after. It turned out that he was not quite. Again, it's like
right,
it's
that's
like
what
that
I'm saying. Like
that whole thing.
Even
like,
when you have your role models, are they?
I think it's a lot of it has to do with like, well, a lot has to do with when people get famous and powerful. Oftentimes.
So he wasn't a pervert before he got famous and powerful.
Oh no, he probably was a pervert, but he probably didn't act on it. Like, because like most of the times, it's just like most people. So there's a lot of people who, in their heads, would do some fucked up shit if they had power, but they don't have power, so like it never. They never get to act on it, which is fine. Like I don't think you should morally.
I wonder if anyone really knows what they would do with a certain amount of power until they actually have it.
Oh no, no
we
one
can
can
speculate, but until we actually are in that moment, because our psychology changes at that instant, or has the potential to.
Yes, yeah. I think, which is one of the reasons why I'm not big on like making like moral condemnations on like what's sort of like in people's like heads, like again, like I don't think Bill Cosby wasn't a shit person because he was a pervert. He was like a shit person because he then tried to like rape people.
Because he took certain actions or behaviors he took.
Yes, is the behaviors that he took. And
I say the same thing about like the pedophilia or the maps.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's a little bit different of an issue because pedophilia does seem to be like an actual like mental condition, and it like
right. But even that, until they act on it, there's I see no reason to condemn them.
Oh yeah, no, not condemn. I do
any differently than any other citizen until they actually take an action.
I do think we need to do better about like getting those kinds of people the kind of mental help they need, because I think currently.
I mean, what do you do? If it's like gay or trans or any other orientation, like there's no mental health.
Well, I mean,
take it away.
No. I'm not talking about like conversion therapy. I'm talking about like they should go to therapy. Like it's like with PTSD, right? Like people with PTSD probably should be in therapy because like that's a kind of thing that like.
If they need it, especially maybe in the early stages, so you can learn more about it and how to manage it. But I have PTSD and haven't used therapy in years.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, like again, like what I was saying is like every person's sort of like different, and that's
what would a therapist do? Help them get comfortable with the reality that they can never act on their desires?
Yeah, that's a big thing, I think, and like helping them develop ways to not, because like,
well, hopefully they have those ways, or they're in big trouble.
Well, no. What I mean is,
or
like,
if they don't, I guess, I see your point. If they don't,
Yeah.
then definitely get your ass to a therapist.
And I do have like in the past sort of like oscillated between positions. Like I have in the past advocated that I think that it should, for people who are pedophiles, they should mandatorily like go to therapy. But I've moved away from that reason. Yeah, no. There's not and I'm also not a fan of like that kind of like preemptive thing, because that would be like the state mandating they do that, and
it's the behavior that's that's pathologized. Not
but then the problem is like now you're waiting until they actually do something and actually like hurt someone to
like any other criminal.
Well, it's not so much about a criminal, because like, again, like they could just not be, like, we could help them not be criminals beforehand.
Right, and some of them are not. Like, it's not every.
No, it's not every pedophile who's a criminal. Pedophilia is like a specific like mental condition.
Right, and there's an act that's criminalized that if they commit, then they pay penalties for consequences.
Yes. I do think though we should be, as a society, more accepting of these people getting that preemptive help voluntarily.
I think I mean, I don't know anyone who's not.
I have people who I know a lot of people who are like, yeah, no, just fucking shoot them, just like
but like, that's not realistic. Like, those people are not living in reality. I'm talking about as far as sane, grounded adults. I don't know anybody who would say, no, we don't, just let them stay like they are. They don't get any help. We want to keep them as risky as possible. Everybody I know is like, yes, of course, if there's a kind of help that's going to help reduce the risk, yes, we want that.
Is edgy bastards superstars? I mean, yeah, no, there are definitely people who, like, I know, like, especially younger people will, like, you know, lead off on this like really abrasive kind of thing. But like, I've also known like people who are like tax-paying adults who are like 40 years old who have been like, fucking kill all pedophiles and shit like that. And it's like, I understand that sort of like knee-jerk reaction, but also like, it also like, that's not an actual solution. Like an actual
but I don't know anybody that takes this seriously. That's like internet venting.
I mean, this isn't
anybody that seriously thinks like going out and slaughtering pedophiles is a solution. You're talking about these extreme edge cases again.
I've met people in real life who think
I mean, we hang out with totally different people. I don't know anybody.
Maybe I just hang out with more rednecks. That might be it.
I don't even know rednecks that think that way.
Really? Well, I mean, a lot of that does stem from a lot of the people I know have had family members who have been molested. And so like that oftentimes can be a really big like trigger thing for it. So like I can at the very least empathize with that, because like,
okay, but again, I think we're talking about a tiny fraction of people that have opinions on this issue. I think the majority of people are for what we're talking about.
I hope so.
Some kind of reasonable help.
But I mean that would require us to then
I know it's not dramatic and exciting and heroic narrative, but I think that's like the best that could be expected.
I mean, the big issue is that to do this even in the first place, we'd have to actually get more and better mental health services in America, and that's the pie in the sky stuff. If we want to,
I think for a while it looked like peer support could be part of that solution. They could get a lot of people that already have experience with mental health trained really quickly, but then they're fucking that up too. It's becoming technocratic and bureaucratic as everything else.
No, I agree, and I think like a big part of the issue is that it's genuinely hard to get. I mean, especially mental health services in the States, but like really any health service, if you don't have money, and you know, as it gets more expensive, it's going to get harder and harder. And like mental health issues are oftentimes something that people will themselves like overlook or push to the side getting treatment for a long time, because I mean, there are very few mental health conditions that will like straight up kill you. So, you know, people oftentimes will find ways to cope temporarily, but then that turns into like their permanent
solution. The ones like the really severe organic ones. Psychiatry has practices and stuff to deal with, though, like Chris's wife and stuff. It's the middle, like the you still have a job, you still have a family, but you're depressed. You might be bipolar, like mildly, like PTSD or something like that. It's those where you're still functional, but it's impacting or impairing your function.
Yeah, And that's one of the big things. It's the same thing in our regular healthcare too. Like one of the big things, like a lot of problems in the United States could be brought down significantly if people could get like early and preventative healthcare. But so many people in the United States are like
most of the public healthcare, at least here in this area that I know, no, actually back in Louisiana too, because I've had conversations. They do focus on, like, if it's in their interest too. They don't want the same patients in and out of the office for the same thing.
No. That's but it's a state by state thing, right? Like Washington State is really, really good about this kind of stuff, but like Tennessee, for instance, is not at all in any way, shape, or form. In Tennessee, it's get fucked. Pay up or get fucked. And that's part of the reasons why in a lot of and a lot of southern states are like this, and that's why in a lot of southern states you see a lot of really, really debilitating numbers of like people who are either like they're obese or they have like really severe health conditions. Well, it's not even that, because there's a number.
Which, by the way, is not a poor person's budget anymore.
Yeah, it's not anymore.
McDonald's prices lately.
Yeah, no, McDonald's is really fucking expensive now. Oh my god, we went there like last week. We spent almost as much as we did when we went to Qdoba. Like,
oh yeah, I believe it.
Like, and don't even get me started on Five Guys. Oh my god,
Applebee's, but yeah, I would believe it.
No, Applebee's is still pretty cheap, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't eaten any.
I haven't eaten
Seattle. They don't have any of that shit.
Do they even have an Applebee's here? Like,
no, they don't have any chain stuff. At least not in like the city core. You have to go out to the burbs.
Yeah. You know what was wild? Was coming here and learning there were no Cracker Barrels anywhere.
No.
And that was
no Walmarts, no McDonald's. Like, they don't even have truck. You rarely see a truck in Seattle. It's all cars.
Really? I see. Okay, maybe because I live in Redmond.
Especially like a loud truck from the outside, the whole city looks to, where's that noise coming from?
Okay, well you're talking more like in actual Seattle. I'm on
Capitol Hill, downtown.
Yeah.
Hill.
Well, that's because look, okay, cities in general, you don't really see, even in like Memphis, right? Like, which is a relatively small city. Like, you didn't really see lots of trucks in Memphis because the city has like really tight roads and people don't like to fuck with that. But like, go out to the suburbs and suddenly it's like truck and SUV central. There's a truck everywhere. There's an SUV.
Normal to me when I got a few trucks driving around.
Oh no, I mean I also like miss truck. I mean, to be fair, there are still a lot of trucks. Just they tend to be smaller trucks. Like they're like either like a smaller work truck or like one of those like little mini trucks. I love the mini trucks, by the way. While I do love me some big F-150s, ooh, nothing hits harder than a little fucking Toyota mini truck. Those things are so cute and I love them, and I wish I still had mine. I had a little my first car was a little GMC Sonoma, and I got so much use out of that. You know, like haul stuff. You could haul people in the bed. You know, it was so great.
Oh, yeah, it sounds.
There are no mini trucks. I'm talking, Chuck. You know what I'm talking about. It's those like tiny little like low to the ground, small little trucks.
I just know truck. Like they have a back, and they had like growing up, we would all ride in the back to go to the woods, and we would fight to see who got to sit on the humps because they had 2 humps on either side over the tires, and then they just had the flat bed. That's what I know as a truck. What are they making them now?
Oh no, that's exactly how they're making it. It's just a mini truck is just a.
I mean, some of them had like double seats if they were fancy, and some of them had a little window you could open and talk to the people in the back.
Yeah, mini trucks are just usually small, scaled down versions of trucks. So usually they have a smaller engine, a smaller
They
cab.
had those like growing up. The high school, like the jocks would drive these little tiny trucks around. They put giant speakers in them, and they would.
Oh yeah, no, people do that.
They were these little tiny trucks.
And in high school, when I was running cross country, we discovered a tractor tire in a ditch, and we rolled it back to the school, and we would roll it around in class, and then I took it home in my truck because I was the one in the class with the truck. Someone asked, what makes a pedophile? I'd like to know. A pedophile is somebody who is attracted to somebody who is underage.
There's different. Look at the Wikipedia article because there's different types depending on the age. Of attraction, they have different names, categories of it, and Wikipedia does a good job of breaking it down.
Daniel, in my experience, it's not that they're overcompensating for tiny dicks; it's they're overcompensating for a boring personality, because it's usually like rich kids who like are boring as fuck, but they have like their daddy bought them a $60,000 new truck that they lifted. However, actually, maybe that's just with the flared tires. Lifted trucks is like lifted trucks are an every man's thing, but the flared tires is specifically like a daddy's money kind of thing usually. Pedophile shouldn't be used for the term. It's a corruption of language. What should be the term then? Because it seems like a pretty useful term.
Maps is what they're trying to get it to be.
I mean, I guess that's. I mean, it's
which I object just on the the corniness of it alone. Like I don't think anything. We have enough acronyms and alphabets.
Yeah, it's corny. I mean, a big part of it was
maps.
So a big part of it, at least on the internet, was that people were using that in order to like try and get like maps added to the LGBTQ, which
were they telling them? NAMBLA tried that. In my generation, we had to tell them no. Are they telling them no this time? Because
no, they're telling them no. They're telling them no. Yeah, like there are far too many people who understand the damage of child abuse to even like consider that. Like I've been in like the craziest queer spaces, like woke spaces that the wokiness, and like they fucking hated map, no maps allowed, that kind of shit.
Oh wow, like, okay. How are they reconciling that with the queer theorists who like in their actual writings support map?
They're wrong.
They're willing to buck the academy.
Yeah, I mean,
oh okay, that is encouraged. That has me. That's like a sliver of hope.
Admittedly, I think like most people, especially if you're, so a lot of the times it's usually, since it's usually bucked by the average person probably doesn't even know about the queer theorists who defended maps.
Because tied into maps is the idea that childhood innocence itself is a false construct designed to oppress the natural sexuality of children. You should liberate that natural sexuality, and by doing that, you liberate them from the patriarchy itself. So there's like a liberation of ideology to. So the maps are like coming in on that belief or that ideology. Like that would be a very attractive ideology to them. And so it's like the maps are one thing, the queer theorists are another, but their interests converge or have the potential to converge.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there is a discussion to be had on how like people do like, okay, so like the idea that like a child can't be gay is definitely like a part of like suppressing somebody's sexuality. However, I don't think
where is that? Where in 2024? Where's this idea that?
No. I don't think like this is like an argument that's been had. Again, like this is I don't think there's really a need to have this argument anymore because we've already.
Well, they're saying they are, because gay is not the end of it. Like the idea that children are not sexual until puberty itself is false and needs to be dismantled or liberated.
Oh, so I disagree with that. I do think that puberty is probably the beginning point for sexuality for people, for most people.
Queer theorists think, and so that's why
any queer theorist who thinks that, I disagree with them on that, because I think that
Gail Rubin, Hannah Dyer, Michel Foucault, who's the other guy? Pat Khalifa, but there's another one, a guy. Anyway, that whole crew, they're like the main queer theory. They created the discipline of queer theory.
No, I disagree with them on that. That's fine. Like I disagree with them on that. I disagree on Marx with some stuff. That doesn't mean I think that.
Well, you do, but I'm wondering how many other activists disagree.
Admittedly, most do. At
like,
least
I would love it if more activists were like you and drew the line where you're drawing it. But from what I'm seeing in their own writings, that's not where they're drawing the line.
Most people that I know draw the line there, mostly because it is true that like humans are sexual creatures. However, that doesn't really come into play until at the earliest puberty.
That's how I remember it. Like I was sexual in a way different way after puberty than I was before.
Yeah. And that's, I think that's fine. Like, and I think understanding that actually gets you to, I think just understanding that gets you to the correct positions, because then at that point you can talk about how, well, because sexuality sort of at the beginning point begins at puberty, that's when we can start to say that like people are going to start like making those decisions. However, that like child sexuality is a child thing. Like adults should not be engaging in that at all.
What you just said about beginning it at puberty, that position you're taking, which happens to align with mine. Mm-hmm. I don't know how much queer theory you've read, but that puts you on the side of the patriarchy, because that is a patriarchal position that you just took. So that's going to put you at odds with the queer theory who think the opposite.
Sure. I disagree with them on that then.
Okay. Well, welcome to the patriarchy. You're going to be cis gay before you know it.
Cis gay, yeah, probably. Someone did say, okay, so Dr. D-Head said that he preferred the terms rapist, molester, and child buggering. So the difference is that we are talking about the entire group, which includes people who have not actually acted on those urges. And I don't feel comfortable calling somebody a rapist if they haven't raped anybody. And
or a racist.
If they're not actually racist.
A racist act.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure, fine. I agree with that too. I feel like I've actually been relatively consistent on that, at least. But like, yeah, so I mean, sure, pedophile might sound like a soft term, but that's because we're talking about a really broad group. And I'm not really big on thought crimes, so that's my thing. And I think that if you call like everyone who is attracted to children a rapist, that will not lead you to better outcomes than using the actual descriptive term.
That's what we're saying too. The two things should not be lumped together.
Yeah,
they should be kept separate.
Yes, which is why,
and the action is what should be condemned.
Yes. Yeah, that's.
Wow. Well, the trans-communism position is the exact same position as the enlightened centrist position here. So
I mean, yeah,
that's a credit to enlightened centrism.
Yeah, I mean, I've agreed with plenty of people who I like fundamentally disagree with on a lot of things. Like I've talked to a guy who like openly called himself a fascist, and we agreed on a number of things. Yeah.
Daniel, that's what they used to tell us, the gays, this same thing. And so what would you propose? Like, I don't know the alternative. I definitely don't want them acting on it. And they can't seem to control thinking about it. So it's warped horseshit, but what else do you propose that wouldn't be just as warped or more warped?
Yeah. Like I don't think there's any like way we can go about this without like making thought crimes. like that's the only like way you can really go about it.
But do you consider like the trans people that if you don't see them as what they think they are, that's a thought crime too? You're not seeing like your brain is not aligned to their reality.
Can you say that again, just with different words?
The trans people that think if you don't see them, like if you don't see Dylan Mulvaney as a woman, that's a form of thought crime. They're trying to
Oh, no.
Analyze how you see something in your head and align it with how they want you to see it.
When I say thought crime, I literally mean thought crime. I don't think it should be illegal for people to think that Dylan Mulvaney is a guy.
Yeah,
and I don't think that I think that there are very few trans people that I know. Actually, I don't actively know anyone who thinks that we should like make it illegal for you to like not think that a trans person is the gender they say they are.
Yeah, I don't know how they would even make it even if they're like how you'd even go about that, even if the
like it's not a I don't think they should, but B, I don't think they could. But I think the should is probably more important, really, in my opinion. I don't think that we should have like these like thought crimes for like moral reasons, but like we also can't, which is good. I'm happy that we can't do that. Well, it's not that we can't.
Some people are worried that that technology is coming. I'm not personally. Good luck. I would like to meet one person that can make me do something.
I think the bigger fear behind thought crimes is that the idea would be that you would make something, because like this happened in Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany and a lot of authoritarian regimes, where they'll make something like what we would describe as a thought crime and then apply it very liberally. Like they'll just apply it very broadly. And that's, I think, a lot of the fear when it comes to that kind of stuff. Well, it's like, okay,
thinking a woman is a man, thinking Rachel Levine is a man.
No. Well, no. I mean, usually when it's done in like authoritarian regimes, usually it's like thought crimes is like
what do they make me do? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's usually linked to like
pay taxes.
Here we go. It's usually linked to very vague actions, which does make it a little bit like it's not.
So there's no example. Am I going to have to dig 10 minutes for an example of this thing? There's no example.
It's something that we would describe. We here in the West would describe it as a thought crime. So, like for instance, not agreeing with the government, right?
In what way? Like they go to your house and they say, "Do you agree with me?"
No. Usually, it's like they will discover evidence of you, like in their mind, or at least to them, disagreeing with the government, whether or not you actually are.
Okay. And then you can be taken in and
but this is usually and usually what we're describing is like things in like authoritarian governments. Usually, like
I've been in companies where you could be taken into HR for similar stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that is quite authoritarian. I mean, I do think that also like companies are allowed to do, they have limits, but like they're allowed to do these kinds of things. But also, I'm not a fan of that kind of thing, anyways. Broadly, like there's a whole thing where people are like, oh yeah, like we should make. I've heard people say this, like, oh man, I just wish we could like make conservatives like lose their jobs over their opinions, and it's like, no, that's. I do not think that is neither.
It's certainly not the American way or the liberal way, and it hasn't been for a while.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is.
But there are some people I think that have given up on liberalism, so they're turning to all these other tactics because they're not getting their way with liberalism because it's work.
I mean, I do agree that like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, things aren't changing quickly, and it's like, well, for a lot of things,
Daniel, how do you they're already thinking about it. What do you do about this? Like they're already right now sitting at home thinking about this, whether we want them to or not. Yeah. And so, what do we do?
I mean, I think the idea of encouraging people who would have these thoughts to seek therapy, to seek help, and to get that help is a much better way of addressing the problem than calling anyone who has those thoughts a child molester.
Yeah,
just in my mind.
I mean, technically that's inaccurate unless they've actually done it, and there'd be a conviction record. Don't they have to register?
Yeah, they do. So,
yeah. But again, I don't like. Who cares what people call you?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, I do think that it is worth noting that I think the thing that we really need to change is, well, two things. We need to broadly overhaul our mental health system here in the United States and make it much better. But also,
yeah, I don't know how. Like without, I want to say without the right funding, but I see mental health initiatives get funded all the time.
Yeah.
That are less effective than some I would put forth, or me and my group would put forth. So it's not even the funding; it's getting the funding to the people that have the capacity, to do the job. That's what's not happening. I know here in Washington State, there's a few within the peer world. There's a few organizations that get all the contracts because they played the game. They know how to work the bureaucracy. They've created an organizational structure, but none of it has to do with mental health. None of it is directed at the people on the ground where the results are expected. And so it's very top heavy. But that's what's impressive to people handing out contracts. So that's what gets the contracts. And then the more contracts they get, the more they're able to centralize and get more contracts.
I think that's probably one of the bigger issues. That's an issue with a lot of institutions, just kind of broadly. It's a very common thing where, like, because like you see the same thing with schools, even public schools, hell, even private schools have very top heavy, like lots of administrators.
Yeah, you're right.
Not very many teachers. And it's not to say that administration isn't important. That kind of like those kinds of bureaucracies are, we're reaching the point where like it's becoming bloated. And
because
this is a problem.
It's actually becoming an obstacle itself to the delivery of the service or the product or solution that it's designed to deliver.
Yeah, and that's why you'll see like especially a lot of like part of the reason why a lot of smaller companies don't try not to have that bloat, because for the smaller companies they don't really have the sort of like momentum to like take that efficiency hit. They can't function if they have, you know, a huge administration and then only like 5 people actually producing the stuff or doing the work. They need like
but the bigger ones can.
Yes, but the bigger corporations can afford to like do that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just one of the things that you run into with like modern day corporations. It's just a feature of them, and it's one that can change.
That may be so, and all that, but I'm just saying when it comes to mental health and the mental health system and delivering the mental health care to people who need it, it is not helping. It is not the optimal method of delivery. So it needs to get out of the way and let people, if this is really a crisis and people really want solutions, they need to get out of the way and let people who can provide the solution step up and do so. And this system makes it hard to do that.
Yes. But what the system does do is do really good at making money, which is part of the reason why it's going to be so difficult to change, right? Because you're basically saying
that with the homeless. The homeless is a racket. They pour so much funding into these homeless organizations, and they do just enough to keep their numbers at the level to get the more funding, and it's just a feedback cycle. And they're revolving doors. The same people are in and out of these institutions over the decades.
No, it's
they're not helping any of them.
Yeah, it's one of the problems when you have like when you introduce profit incentives to the degree that they've been introduced in industries that are about solving problems, because if the primary motive is to make money, and the sort of and you just like fudge the numbers to make it look like you're doing something or make it look like you're at least okay, then as long as
you don't even have to fudge numbers, you just have to help enough people to the minimum level to keep the funding coming to where the problem persists enough. So you don't completely solve the problem. You solve it just enough to keep the funding going, but you want the problem to persist.
Yeah, which is part of the reason why I think like mental health and just health in general should not be nearly as for-profit of an industry as it currently is. What it should be is it should be like programs that are designed to actually solve the problem and to not exist, right? Like it would be ideal if you had a homelessness program whose entire purpose is to be useless. Like their ideal, well, their ideal would be to solve the problem to the point where we don't need them anymore. That's the goal, right? Is to address the problem to the point where we
eliminate homelessness. We're going to eradicate homelessness
by
the years 2020. Yeah,
and I'm not saying that we need to say that this is going to eradicate homelessness. I'm saying that the goal, the motivation should be to address the problem to the point where you are no longer needed. That should be the goal of these institutions,
right? But they're not
I'm not saying they will never be needed. I'm saying that the goal should be to address the problem to the point where you're no longer needed.
That's the goal. If
you'll just never make it.
In Lib's fantasy world goal. In the real world of humans that evolved from monkeys, there's also the Iron Law of Institutions, by the way. I posted the link for that evolved from monkeys. The goal is going to be to maximize the money you're able to make in that system.
Yes.
So yes, that's a nice, lovely little goal. We'll paint a picture of it and hang it in an office somewhere. But that is not going to happen in our lifetime. So the way mental health is going to continue to work is as a profit system.
Well, I mean, maybe not necessarily, because there are definitely there are places that have healthcare systems that are not primarily driven by profit, but that are primarily driven by serving the population.
Here in the U.S., there's enough of them to solve the mental health crisis.
No. What I'm saying is that there are other countries that have.
I'm in the U.S. right now on our crisis.
Yes, no. What I'm saying though is that this isn't some like fairy tale like dream. I mean, I guess sure, if you want to talk about like the most extreme version of my idea,
every time we talk, I get so excited because every time we talk, I think we're going to come up with practical solutions, and you always start and remain in the sector of the most idealistic, far-flung, utopian, fantasy, platonic ideal.
I don't think
we never get to the policies, because now we're in there's this other country that does it this way, and if we could just do it this way in the US, and as usual, I'm starting from I've worked in the system. This is how it currently works. If we're going to solve the mental health crisis, let's find a way to hack this system as it is and make it work for us.
Well, I mean,
and then like 2 seconds later, we'll be off in utopia land.
I mean, I'm more talking about like just broadly universal healthcare. Like that's what I'm
trying to solve the mental health crisis in a very realistic, practical way.
I think
with our existing system.
I think that is.
I don't think tearing it down or defunding it is going to be realistic. I think the funding is going to continue to go to these systems unless there's a way to redirect it to alternative systems, which is also something I'm working on.
I mean, I'm not talking about like tearing it down. In fact, I think we would actually need to maintain most of the infrastructure if we were to swap over to universal healthcare. But I don't think universal healthcare is like some.
But in Washington State, we already have that. We have the expanded Medicaid, and even then, it's not doing anything for the mental health crisis.
Yeah, but that's because our system is still it's a mixed system. You have private companies and public companies both operating within the same ecosystem, and
not to mention that 80% of the crisis is substance use. Like 20% of it is mental health alone, solely mental health. 80% of it is substance use. So all of the resources and all of the decision makers are the resources are going to the substance use side, and the decision makers are coming from the substance use side, not the mental health side.
Sure.
Here in Washington State.
Yeah, that's it seems like a problem. I'm actually not even sure if that's even necessarily a Washington State problem, because substance abuse is also
in Washington State specifically, and I don't know if other states did it, but they decided to do this integration thing several years ago.
Oh yeah,
because it used to be separate, and they integrated it with physical health. So now medical, physical, mental, and substance use are all governed by one department, and their goal is you can go to any healthcare provider, your family doctor, and get mental health care, get substance use care, get physical health care, all as one service.
I mean, that's a nice thought, but also like I wouldn't want
The
to put all
integration
that
has been a
on the
disaster.
doctor. Yeah, I wouldn't want to put all that on the doctors. I wouldn't want to like tell a family pediatrician that like, okay, now you need to be treating also you need to be
Well, it's not the individual doctors, but it's the agencies and the clinics and the institutions. The
Oh, I wouldn't. I do think that probably having a institution of, hey, we're all doctors that work on substance abuse and that's what we do. I think that would probably be better than having every system.
Well, they
do a
want a
little bit of-
one-stop, like you go to one stop, especially with the public insurance. So they fund you at one clinic.
Yeah.
You go to that one clinic, and then from there they refer you to the services you need. But it covers all of those domains. And the clinics now, in addition to medical staff, they would hire psychologists, social workers, psychiatrists. They would hire substance use counselors, and they would have all of that at the same location. Or maybe they'd have a different location, but it would all be under the same organization.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the appeal, and I can see why you might want that, but I mean the reality
that is the model, and see, it has been for like almost as I got here just when they were starting that, and I've been doing it for like almost 10 years now. So this is already the model they have adopted and are implementing.
I think that it's probably not a very at the very least they have implemented a bad version of the model.
But again, like with me solving the mental health crisis, like, okay, they implemented a bad model, but this is the model we have. We have to use this model to solve the crisis here in Washington State. How do we do it with this model?
What if the conclusion is we can't solve it with the model?
I don't think the solution, I'm not comfortable with the solution depending on their reaching the conclusion that that solution is not possible. So, because that could take a while for them to realize that. And so, if our solution depends on them realizing that just delays our solution.
That's fair. I mean, I'm not opposed to finding solutions within existing systems. Like, that's not something that I'm opposed to.
It's so top heavy and locked down though. Yeah. It's hard for the right people to come in and maneuver, and it's getting worse. It's politically it's changing with more of those type of people coming in and getting positions of power, and then changing it to be more technocratic and bureaucratic.
Yeah, I think
the only thing I can think is like grassroots alternatives that somehow are able to demonstrate that they're able to offer, like be part of the solution, and then have some of the funding come that way.
The problem is that like it's hard to do a grassroots like mental health system. The economies of scale, like, you know, like sure.
It's getting it funded. That's why I wonder if you did it more niche, like targeted more toward a specific population, would there be funding? Could you fund it under support for that population rather than from the fact that it's grassroots, or the size? Like the size would be less of a turnoff at that point. If you had like something that served just autistic men for mental health or something, then an autistic organization could be interested in it specifically because it's related to that niche, rather than relying on some general funding.
That could work. I mean, I've seen some examples of like some like small scale examples of this, where like you'll just have like a group of people together, like get together within a community, and create the kinds of services that they need.
That's how the peer movement started, actually, from the psychiatric survivors movement, where they were getting together and doing what the institutions were not able to do for them.
Yeah, and I think that it is possible to scale it up. It just would require sort of buy-in from the people in power to scale it up.
That's okay. That is there. Ding, ding, ding. how to get that buy-in. That is the challenge, because apparently it's a game, and you have the people that can play the game a certain way get the buy-in, and it has nothing to do with mental health.
Yeah.
So how to get the people that can help with the solution, how to get them that buy-in, how to either get them into the game or get some people to stop doing it the game way and start actually giving the funding where it's going to be useful.
I mean, the way that I would just off the top of my head think would be to get enough people within the Washington State legislature to make a change. However, that's a big ask.
It's we tried. There was a peer bill they pushed through, and we tried to fight it. And in fact, it went through several years because we defeated it a few years. And eventually, they got the people they needed to make sure it got through. So they're stacking the legislature with their, like, they've already pretty much stacked it with their people. I do wish more peers and mental health advocates would run for office. We do have a few, but even some of the ones in there now have shifted from our side to working for this other side.
Yeah, and that's kind of the danger.
What I'm saying, when people get that power, you don't know how they're gonna what decisions they're gonna make once they actually have the power. It's gonna, because they don't know their own psychology until they are in that situation.
And I guess like the other option might be to try and like circumvent that system. Instead of like trying to get a sort of broad base within the legislature, trying to find sort of, I guess, the keys to the vault, right? Whoever sort of like because sure, the legislature is a big part of getting that funding, but surely there's probably just like a couple people in like bureaucratic positions.
Maybe Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos. They're up here. He has that. What is it? Miranda Foundation.
Melinda. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
But like, you're talking about like other sources of funding other than.
I mean, I know. I'm talking about the state. I'm talking about going around the legislature.
But just not going around, like hacking it to where you go around the game and.
Yeah, where
you your own path to it. Yeah,
because like the idea would be, if some work has already been done on getting people who are sympathetic to the idea in the legislature, then all you really have to do is get like, this is just me like, assuming. I have no idea who actually even could, like, what position that would, or what positions those would be. But instead of like necessarily elected positions, I mean, I'm sure some of them are elected, but
and the ultimate goal of this would be to get the funding directed, like the legislature.
Yes, to get the funding from the legislature, but like, instead of having to just be like, okay, so now we need we need over half of the people of our people in the legislature, and also all those people be have enough integrity, like.
But that's what okay. Here's what happened. Here's what happens. It's like tribal council at Survivor, and they all scramble, and they set the vote in place, and then they go to tribal council, and people vote differently. We do all of that, and they tell us everything that we want to hear, and then when they go off with their other lawmakers in there, and they make their board deals. They change. They like sell some of their votes on some positions for other, and we never get told. And then they come out of those meetings and like, here's what we actually did instead.
Yeah.
So no matter how much they like, you think you're on the same page, when they go off and do the lobbying and the politicking, that could all change, and you have no influence or control over that.
Yeah, and I think that's it's one of those things where it's like, it's a flaw within our democratic system, but it's not like a flaw that has a obvious solution, if that makes any sense, right? Because like propose a solution to that, right? Like, okay, so now for a lawmaker to make a decision, they have to take a poll on all of their constituents to see what they want, and then they have to follow that decision. Well, now you're just...
I mean, like, a good lawmaker would be in communication with his constituents and make that decision. But I don't think there should be a law that requires them to do what's already smart legislating.
Well, I mean, some might argue that smart legislating is compromising, knowing when you can and can't compromise on things in order to
right. That's why I'm saying, like, your plan of a legislative solution to me is not the most
Oh, no. I think that's a awful plan. That is.
Oh, okay. I'm once again, I'm trying to talk about narrow down the plans that work.
Sorry.
We're lost in all this abstract stuff that has nothing to do with the solution.
Sorry, I was using an example of like a solution to fix that would fix that, but it would cause, lots of problems. I'm not a fan of direct democracy
I'm trying to get to the solutions that will work.
I don't know, like within the system that we have, right? Like you go through the legislature or you try and go around it through like
mostly it comes in the form of contracts and grants. So it's really how to get the contracts and how to get the grants. Like that's the skill set that's needed to redirect some of this funding. You don't even need to do all the complex political
who gives the contracts out? Like what body?
The state, mostly the HCA, which is the healthcare authority, which is what everything's centralized under now. And when they did the integration. And,
okay, so it's part of the bureau.
But there may be other grants, like other private funders or other parts of the state that have grants that don't come from the HCA, et cetera. So that I'm part of this database and the state sends out contracts for bids periodically, and I get the ones that are related to my field. So sometimes there's contracts like that get sent out, and then you go through their application process.
Yeah. If that's true, and it's part of like the bureaucracy, instead of the legislature, it might be worth trying to get a bunch of people who agree with you into those positions that have those contracts. And that would be, that's a long process.
Part of the problem is finding the bunch of people that agree with me, being the outlier here.
But the thing is, that's an even like bigger undertaking than like getting people elected, right? Because like you're talking about like the people who head up this organization, they're not just like Joe Schmoes. Like they probably have worked within that bureaucratic system or one similar to it for years, if not decades, and that's part of the reason why they're at the head of it. So you would then, if you wanted to get people who were qualified enough to actually do it, you would have to get enough people who agree with you into that bureaucracy. So
again, to me that's overkill, because we just need funding. We don't need to like take over the entire Washington State legislature.
Well, but like you want to get funding for a bunch of these like smaller community oriented or community driven sort of like peer things. But like the problem is that's the system. It doesn't, I don't want to say doesn't care about them, but like the system is oriented towards giving contracts to a certain kind of institution, and those kinds of institutions tend to be not the ones that you and I are saying would be better. So we need to find a way to change that, to reorient that.
But again, the point that happens at for people like us on the ground are the grant applications and the contract applications.
Yeah.
So all we have to do is get through that process.
Yeah.
That these other organizations are submitting. They're going through this gatekeeping process, and they're submitting their proposals and their grants or whatever, and they're getting the contracts.
Yes.
All we have to do is figure out how to succeed at that same part of the process, because everybody has to go through it. Through that initial gate.
But part of the issue, though, that at least that I'm seeing, is that you don't just want to get like, I don't know, like 5 of these tiny little community things throughout Washington, because that's not gonna.
Yes, right now I would like to get even one. Yes, right. So maybe we're just talking two different stages of the project right now. I'm talking about me, one person, and a few friends, Chris, you. Some people on the street that and getting one thing funded and started is where I'm at in the process.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not exactly a mental health professional, so I can help, but like it's gonna be very limited. But yeah, no. In that case, it would just be about getting the one through and making sure that it's successful, because I mean, obviously, ideally, you want it to be successful, but not even just ideally. You want the first one to be successful, so that you can then make the argument that, hey.
The funny thing is, all the ones I've been doing for free that have not been funded have been more successful than most of the ones that they're funding. So it's not like, this is not like an experimental idea that I can try. This is stuff I have been doing for years that is already working.
Yeah.
So I don't even need to, like, I already have the track record of it, and I know how to do it.
Yeah. You just need to, like, I guess,
I just need to pay my bills. I just need to eat and stay alive so I can keep doing it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, all of this requires money, but then when groups get the money, that oftentimes will change the perspectives, right? Like, I'm not saying this is you, but I mean, like, more broadly, right? Like, when Hassan is maybe he's not the best example, because didn't he grow up a rich boy? So I guess him acting like a rich boy, probably, I'm not that surprised. But like, the idea of like, oh, you know, come into power, you come into to money, and suddenly perspectives begin to change, because, you know, what the saying, power corrupts, total power corrupts totally. Like,
but like, what level of power is going to corrupt from one little mental health project? Like, if I get corrupted from that power, that's
no, I wasn't talking about you. Like, I'm just saying, like, you know, because like, even if you're successful, if you're successful and then 5 others get started, and those other 5 people who started there,
again, I think we're at different scales or different stages of the project. I'm not even at the stage where 5 other people are even doing this yet.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess one of the big things is, have you looked at have you you yourself looked at trying to get support from a political cadre within Washington State? Because that could, because that could, because
like the Republican Party or something.
Yeah, Republicans, Democrats, whoever will work with you on that.
But
because if you can go to one of those like groups with like a real actionable plan, like, hey, I want to start this.
I kind of like to keep mental health bipartisan, or nonpartisan, rather.
Well, I mean, sure, then.
But maybe it is as simple as learning how to write a grant, like a really good grant proposal, and maybe the AI can help with that.
Maybe, and but like, I don't know, like, I can see having like people who support you within the local government would be helpful in getting those kinds of proposals, regardless of whether or not they're. You can go to fucking Democrats and Republicans, because I guarantee you, even.
I see. So yeah, just government, and just turn to government in general. It doesn't matter what party, but see if there's some government resources that could fund something.
Yeah, fund something, or even just like give support for.
And things, I know that like Parks and Recreation funds little community projects, but they're mostly like one-offs or very small projects.
Yeah, you're talking about something a little more long-lasting, which might take, you know, a slightly bigger government organization to do. But like, and then having. Really I have no idea how big.
Part of the problem, I think, is that the people I'm talking to, I'm realizing that even from talking with you, I think people just don't have experience operating or even thinking on the scale that I'm talking about. And so the people that I'm even trying to pitch this idea to are not even able to meet me where I am and see the kind of scale I'm talking about and how little it would require.
Okay.
They keep jumping to like the next stage or the grand thing, and I can't even communicate. Like, it's like Horton Hears a Who. Like, the scale I'm operating at is so small they can't even see it in their world, because they're so used to dealing with scales larger than what I'm talking about that they don't even have a concept.
I mean, you're saying like the Parks and Rec thing. They mostly fund like one-off things, and you'd want this to be a more continuous thing, which would probably require a.
Well, what do people need to solve the mental health? Like, how will we know when the mental health crisis is improved? They're going to look at to determine, oh yes, you are impacting the mental health crisis in a positive way. It is improving.
I think the improvement would be as quote unquote ableist as this sounds. The number of people who have these mental health problems, who are living quote unquote normal lives. And by normal, I just mean like
what is the metric that they're using services less because they need them less? What
no.
rates are drop? What are we using to determine?
The metric would probably be that. I mean, it'd probably be relatively subjective, but like things like you'd want to look at the life satisfaction of people with mental health issues.
So would this be self-report? There's nothing more objective than that we could use.
No, I was actually about to go off on some more objective things.
Just real briefly, because I'm going somewhere else and I want to get there soon.
Yeah. Okay. Things like, are you? How would I frame normal here?
This is all self-report. I'm wondering if there's anything other than that. Like,
Like, are you working? Are you? I don't want to say living on your own. Are you living independently? Maybe. Are you? These are just like things off the top of my head. I probably could find a better way to phrase these if I had some time to think. You go on. I think that was like basically you'd want to look at a number of metrics in terms of that we would broadly describe as like life satisfaction.
Okay, well, let's use one that I see used commonly up here in the mental health world is ER visits, like reduced visits to the ER. They're not having to call 911 as much when they're having a crisis.
That might be in some cases, but I can imagine there's cases where that being able to call 911 often might be, for some people, like necessary.
I'm talking about ER usage where they show up in the ER. Like I know that professionals up here use that as a mark of progress. Like how much progress are you in the ER 10 times this week? Are you in the ER only one time in the next 6 months? They use that as a metric of progress. Somebody that is in the ER 10 times in the last 6 months is not doing as mentally well as somebody that only ended up in the ER one time.
Okay. Yeah. I know. I can see
the
that.
one that only ended up in the ER one time is probably doing self-care.
Yeah.
They probably have a robust support system. They're probably using mental health tools and techniques to keep themselves grounded and steady. And the person that is not is picking up the phone every time they're having the least crisis and calling 911. So whatever services they're getting, they're not getting the psychoeducation from that to learn how to reduce the amount of times that they end up in the ER.
Yeah, that actually sounds like a pretty reasonable method.
So using that metric, even if people come to something like this stream periodically and it helps them, it gives them others to talk to, others to connect with. It gives them a place to come if they're having a crisis so they don't have to call the ER, etc. That right there would be a positive impact on the mental health crisis.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that would probably be, that seems like a good metric.
I think just having a third place or a community space or a drop-in, just even that has, and they have like nonprofits here that kind of do that for the homeless. They have Recovery Cafe, DESC might have something. So they already like fund spaces where people can just come and kind of meet other people going through the same situation and share and learn from each other. So they already fund real world spaces like that. But again, they do it through this really complex bureaucracy. And
I mean,
you have to know how to schmooze, and they do all these gala fundraisers and all the fancy people get involved.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, part of, well, I guess no, because you're talking about you would need like a lot less sort of like that sort of funding. You would still have to interact with that bureaucracy to some degree, though. The smaller you are, probably the easier it would be to minimize that interaction.
That's the challenge neurodivergence face in general. If we could learn how to interface with bureaucracy, we could probably do a lot better than we're doing now.
That's
because it's so neurochemical. It's based on a psychology so foreign to ours.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm with you there. Like as much as I'll like talk about how I think bureaucracy is like necessary for a functioning society, that doesn't mean that all bureaucracy is created equal, nor does it mean that our bureaucracy.
Well, I think you use as much as necessary, but I think efficiency is important too. And there can be points often are reached where the bureaucracy works against its own efficiency.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Absolutely. And I think like we're very much at that stage. Basically,
we have been. I mean, Kafka wrote in what, the early 1900s.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's been an issue. I would argue that I think it's been an issue in basically every human civilization that's ever existed. It's a particular issue for us because our bureaucracies have gotten so large, but like it's been a human issue as long as we've had government.
But bureaucracies are also mediocrities, because what do you do with all those people? You got to have something to do. And if that's the norm, the middle of the curve, and this is how they structure themselves, you have to adapt to that. There's more of them than there are of you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing would be like making sure the bureaucracy is focused on providing the services, right?
Yes. Except for that's why I posted that iron law of institute, because when power centralizes, it starts to prioritize its own
power.
Its own maintenance and perpetuation over the actual goal or mission that it was formed to address.
Yeah, I mean,
I see that a lot in these institutions too.
Hell, I've talked about that as like the United States.
What you say about the United States, if you confined it to the mental health system here in Washington State, I would probably relate to 90% of what you said and see enough parallels.
Yeah. I mean, I would say I think that's the position of
I don't think it's intentional though.
I don't think it's intentional.
Frustrating system, and I think you have a lot of people in there that mean well and don't really know what to do about it or any other way to do things.
I'm not attributing like malice to any of this, because like, again, when I say I attribute this to like that kind of thing to the United States, I also attribute that to basically every state, because that's kind of how states operate. Like it's a centralization of power, and then that centralization means that the power is then more focused on maintaining its power than anything else. Like that's just how big institutions work. But like you thankfully in the United States, we are a democracy, which means that we have the ability to change our system, or at least change things about it.
Yeah, I keep saying that.
Yeah, and like Western democracies also just broadly have this advantage, and that's I think what is allowing sort of the Western world to maintain its power for so long, which is that it can shift based on it's adaptable to what people's needs and wants are, instead of having to just be like, no, we're the state, we tell you what to do, crack down.
Well, right now our needs is a mental health crisis. Like people have mental health needs that need addressing. So
especially here in Washington.
That's what the system's there to do, then it needs to start doing it. Our people need to start helping it do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna wrap up today because I have a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, and I do too
tonight. And that was a great conversation for Mental Health Month.
Yeah, no, I liked it. This is good.
Chris, are you still there? He might be laying down.
He may have fallen asleep.
All righty. Well, I think we're gonna try either that video game or the script reading or both tonight. So look for us later, possibly. If not, we'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, and let me know if you ever want to watch me stream that Firewatch game, because it's only like 4 gigs.
Oh, so the one in the tower?
Yeah. It's actually a really fun game, and I haven't played it in a while, so I'd really love to play it again.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever put it on and I see you streaming it, or just like message me on Discord and let me know.
I will. Yeah,
you're about to start it, and I'll turn it on.
Hell yeah! All right. Well.
All right.
You have a good afternoon, and y'all be well.
Okay.
All right.
And see you again. Take care. All right. Take care, Chris. All righty. Thank you, everybody, and see you again next time, tonight or tomorrow.